ripple wakes the sleeping crust. It whispers low, it roars so high. The thirsting ground starts to cry. Water brings life, refreshing and free. It carves the earth, it shapes the sea. It flows, it sings, it sets us free. Water brings life endlessly. Carries dreams, it holds the key, a mirror deep of what we see. Hold it close, let it go. It's always here, a hidden glow. Water brings life, refreshing and free. It carves the earth, it shapes the sea. It flows, it sings, it sets us free. Water brings life.
Good morning. I'm now going to call the meeting of the California Water Commission to order. I want to take this opportunity to welcome those participating in today's meeting and take some time to explain the process for submitting public comment on the Water Commission's agenda items. This meeting may be viewed in person or virtually, and comments may be submitted in person, online via Zoom, or by telephone. Instructions on how best to provide comments can now be seen on the screen. We will also show the screen at the conclusion of each agenda item, just before public comment period opens. We will take comments from tribal leaders first. Elected tribal leaders and formally designated representatives of California Native American tribes who want to comment on any agenda items will have the opportunity during agenda item 3 to identify themselves and the item or items on which they wish to comment. After hearing from tribal leaders, we will move to public comment, first from those present in person, and then to remote commenters with the order determined by who raises their hand first. We will call on each commenter by name when it is their turn to speak. For those calling in, we will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. Those wishing to comment in person should fill out a comment card found on the materials table at the entrance and hand it to Mr. Walters, who's now waving his hand so you know who he is. Comment card should be submitted prior to the call for comments on the agenda item for which your comments pertain. For those commenting via Zoom, please raise your hand during the agenda item on which you wish to comment. And for those commenting by phone, please mute your phone upon call-in until prompted by Commission staff. Though you are not required to do so, we would like to ask that you please state your name for the record before you speak. Unless otherwise specified, the normal 3-minute time limit applies for public comments, and you will have a timer on the screen, as you can see now, that will let you know how you're doing on keeping to your 3 minutes. Please note that the tribal and public comments are taken prior to commission discussion of an agenda item, and once we move to commission discussion, that comment period has closed. We appreciate the time that you're taking to come here and participate and be online. The input of all commenters is important to us. Thank you all for joining us today. We're now going to move to Agenda Item 2, the roll call. The Commission's meeting coordinator, Aaron Walters, will now call the roll.
Commissioner Bland, Commissioner Curtin,
Here.
Commissioner Elliott, Commissioner Gallagher, Commissioner Hurt, Commissioner Mackler, Commissioner Matsumoto,
Here.
Commissioner Solorio, Commissioner Steiner.
Here, Commissioner Hurt, I believe I heard you come in.
It does not look like she is online.
Okay. Now is also the time that commissioners participating remotely need to identify any other person in the room. We will deal with that if Commissioner Hurt comes on. And we'll now move to Agenda Item 3. Since we will have someone participating remotely, when it comes for time for commission discussion of an item, those commissioners present in the room will have the first opportunity to comment, and then those participating remotely will turn to them for their comments. Agenda Item 3 is acknowledgement of California Native American tribal governments. Per the Water Commission's California Native American Tribal Leadership Comment Policy, we would now like to invite any tribal leaders to identify themselves so the Commission may acknowledge their designation and presence. Tribal leaders who are here in person may approach the podium now and identify the agenda item or items on which they'd like to comment, and then you would be invited back when that item is called.
And I have not received any requests from tribal leaders.
If a tribal leader has formally designated a representative to act on their behalf, the Commission asks that they please approach the podium now and identify themselves and the agenda item on which they would like to comment. Again, as a reminder, this time is being held for tribal leaders and their formally designated representatives. Tribal citizens may join the public comment queue.
And again, I have not received any requests from tribal leaders or formally designated representatives.
And does that include online?
That does include online. We do not have any raised hands.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Those interested in commenting virtually, please raise your hands now.
And I am not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Then we'll now move on to Agenda Item 4, approval of May 2026 meeting minutes. We will be voting to approve the minutes from the Commission's May 2026 meeting. Are there any changes by any commissioners to those minutes? Is there any comment on this item? We will begin with elected tribal leaders and formally designated tribal representatives, followed by any public commenters.
We do not have any in-person comment on this item, and I'm not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Sorry, I have to have the pen so I can write down names. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second? Second. Motion by Commissioner Gallagher, second by Commissioner Solorio.
Commissioner Bland, Commissioner Curtin,
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott, Commissioner Gallagher,
Yes.
no Commissioner Hurt, so Commissioner Mackler,
Yes.
Commissioner Matsumoto,
Yes.
Commissioner Solorio, Commissioner Steiner.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. We'll now move on to Agenda Item 5, the Executive Officer's Report. Executive Officer Jensen will make a report on matters since the previous commission meeting.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you all today. And good morning to our presenters and participants and attendees. Just a short update on our meeting participation from our last meeting. We had more people participate in our May meeting than at our April meeting, 87 total, which is on par with our all-time meeting average of 83 participants. So despite that sort of being back to normal after our April meeting, we did not receive any verbal public comments at our May meeting, although we did receive one written comment regarding the Commission's involvement in the California Water Plan. So in total, we had, for for participants, we had 2 in-person attendees, 25 remote attendees, 60 webcast viewers. That's a total of 87. 0 in-person comments, 0 remote comments, 1 written comment, total of 1 comment. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Are there any public comments on this item?
No, there are no public comments on this item, either in person or on Zoom.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Is Commissioner Hurt available now?
I still do not see her on Zoom.
We'll now then move on to agenda item 6, which is the commission member reports. This is an opportunity for members to disclose any meetings or conversations related to commission business since the previous commission meeting. In addition, if any commissioner knows he or she will need to leave the meeting early today, now is a good time to share the time at which you will need to depart. Do commissioners have anything to report? Commissioner Curtin?
No.
Anyone else? So you're leaving early?
What?
Are you leaving early?
We do not have any in-person comments on this item, and I'm not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
See, I didn't want
See,
anyone
I
to
am
hear me
paying
talking to
attention.
you. I'll repeat everything I just said.
No.
Okay. Public testimony, although no formal commission action will be taken, the commission offers an opportunity to the public to address the commission on items of interest that are within the commission's jurisdiction, but that do not specifically appear on the agenda. At this time, we will take public comment on items not on the agenda. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
And we do have an in-person comment from Mr. Ben King.
Mr. King?
Yes, good morning. I have not appeared for Commissioner Element before. So my name's Ben King, and I manage an entity called T&M King Farms. It is it's land that's been in my family since 1860. My great-grandparents went to Cluse County in 1857. I've been part of the process and been one of the protestants for the water right because I'm trying to ensure minimum flows across our land, which is in the Cluse sub-basin. We just converted 250 acres into wetlands, and that land has been receiving seasonal flows and all the natural flows since time immemorial. And we have a property right which allows us to have all the water that naturally flows down the Cluse Basin drain north above us. In the previous submissions of iterations of the sites authority of the sites project until 2021, all the environmental flows that were stored in the sites would actually run across our land, which is consistent with our easement granted and our riparian water rights. So I'm appearing now to object to Commissioner Gallagher's participation in the sites matter. She is a landowner in RD 108. RD 108 is a storage partner. On her California Water Commission bio, she manages Erdman Gallagher Farms, which is located RD 108. On her Facebook page, she identifies the RD 108 landowner. Fritz Durst is a chairman of the Sites Authority. Fritz Durst has been past chairman RD 108 and now is a director of RD 108. RD 108 stands to benefit from the WISP funding and as a storage partner, which will be beneficial to Ms. Gallagher, Commissioner Gallagher, and her husband. Also, RD 108 is going to enter into several contracts with the Sites Authority, which was disclosed in discussions, negotiations with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Also, RD 108 will be involved with florage agreements and the maintenance of what's known as the Lower Cluse Basin Drain, which is going to cost up to $100 million per year. and a lot of that money be going to RD 108. So I ask that Commissioner Gallagher recuse herself from considerations regarding the sites project, and specifically any vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. We will turn to our legal counsel, Anthony Oster.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. King, for the comment. We also received your written comment on the same item. I have reviewed the matter, and I have determined that there is no conflict of interest and that Commissioner Gallagher may continue to act on items regarding the sites project if she so chooses.
Thank you for that opinion. Do we have any other public comment on this item?
Yes, on this item, we do have one other comment via Zoom from Regina Chiquizola.
Ms. Chiquizola?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I had two quick things. First of all, I wanted to request that the California Water Commission starts coordinating so that their meetings are not at the same time as the California State Water Resources Control Board. The last many meetings I've been to have been at the same time as those meetings, and there's agenda items that are somewhat related often on those different meetings. So that is a request for consideration for the California Water Commission to not have your meetings be at exactly the same time as the California Water Board. And then my second thing I would like to bring up, and I don't think it's on the agenda, is I would like some consideration for funding for the water storage investment program to start looking at the possibilities of doing more groundwater recharge with any additional funding. I feel like there's a really huge need within the Central Valley region, especially to have more groundwater recharge. And it also would very much help if it was in floodplains to have the dual benefit of helping with flooding. I feel like there's a little too much of a focus on building new reservoirs. Reservoirs are extremely expensive, extremely hard to permit. And there are tons of issues with reservoirs, as I'm sure we're known. They create algae, they get too hot, they can make mercury into methyl mercury. But groundwater recharge, especially within floodplains, have the benefits of it can be used as far as urban areas for people to hang out, cooling areas. Obviously, we know land is subsiding due to the lack of groundwater, and I feel like the grading system for the water storage investment program kind of made it so groundwater recharge wasn't looked at in the way that it should have been due to many different issues. But I just wanted to bring that up. I'm sure you're looking towards the future. I'm sure you're looking towards other ways that storage might happen. And I just would really like to see this commission really prioritize groundwater recharge, especially when it has to do with floodplains. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chiquizola, for your comments. We are constrained, I will use that word, constrained as to how and what we can do related to where we can look to do projects by the legislation. And so while we appreciate your comments, we do have fairly firm guidelines around us, and we are agreement that groundwater recharge is a serious issue and an issue that needs to be addressed, and as we can, within our constraints, we are looking at whatever projects are before us, and we will see if we can figure out something to direct your comments to another agency if appropriate. And I'll also call on our Executive Officer, Jensen.
I just wanted to let the commenter and the commissioners know that we are putting together a panel on groundwater recharge for the September meeting and encourage participation in that.
So, Ms. Chiquizola, we hope we'll see you there in September for that meeting. All right, do we have any other public comments?
We do. We have another public comment from David Linville.
Mr. Linville?
Yes, I was hoping for some clarification or maybe written somewhere about the conflict of interest that the attorney just ruled upon. It seems like there could be more explanation for why the conflict of interest was denied, and wondering if there is any accessible report for the attorney's assessment on such matters. Thank you.
Mr. Austin?
Yeah, there's no report. There's nothing in writing that I can share. I have reviewed the applicable California statutes concerning conflicts of interest under Government Code 1090 and under the Political Reform Act. There is no conflict of interest that Commissioner Gallagher has, purely by way of her property ownership in RD 108. I'm happy to have a call with you if you want to discuss it further, but that's the decision. So that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Linville. Do we have any other public comments?
We do not have any other comment.
Then I will close public comment. Do we have any comments from commissioners on this item? Staff? Any comments from our remote participant, or will you just signal me when she's on? Thank you.
Yes.
We're now going to turn to agenda item 8. And as we turn to the more specific commission business, I'd like to remind those wishing to comment, please submit comment cards or raise your hand prior to the end of the presentation of the item. We will take comments before commissioner discussion and possible action on any item. Item 8 is the Water Storage Investment Program update. The Water Storage Investment Program Manager, Amy Young, will give an update on the progress of the projects in the program. Ms. Young?
Good morning, Commissioners. Okay, so this month we have our short Water Storage Investment Program update. I'm just going to go briefly over the status of the projects in the program. But before that, I just want to mention that we are exploring the possibility of having representatives from each of the projects available at future commission meetings, should questions come up from the commissioners that are better explained by the project proponents themselves. So we might roll this out starting at the August commission meeting. Okay, so moving on to the projects, starting with the Sites project. The State Water Board public comment period for the draft water right closed on May 22nd. The State Water Board will likely release another draft in July for additional comment period, and then the final order could come out in September. We will also hear more about the water rights from the Sites Project Authority in the upcoming item. We will also hear from Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources regarding the draft contracts for public benefits for the Sites project. And then there's an action item later today regarding the consideration of supplemental funding determination. One other update for the project. The Water Board did release a 401 certification for the Sites project, and the comment period is open through June 26th. So moving on to Chino Basin, the Recirculated Chino Basin Program, EIR, was released, and the comment period for that closed on June 5th, and we heard about that last month from the Inland Empire Utilities Agency when they gave a project update. The EIR is scheduled to be certified by the IEUA board at their July meeting. For the Willow Springs Water Bank project, the project proponent is still working on providing an update to the commission on the status of the project, and we expect that to occur at the August meeting. Kern Fan project, the early funding agreement was executed at the end of April, and the project is currently preparing their first invoice for reimbursement. And then for Harvest Water Program, Sac Sewer continues constructing the project. So that's all I have for project updates.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Is there any comment on this item?
We do not have any in-person comment on this item, and at this time, I'm not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. Then we'll close the comment period and turn to commission discussion. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? This is the opportunity for commissioners to ask questions.
You.
I didn't do it.
I did. You did.
Two of them did it.
That's why we're on this side. I knew there was a reason.
I thought it was so I could go like this.
Exactly.
All right, sorry. Then we'll close the comment
No,
period,
no,
turn
no,
to,
no, no. We tried to comment, but
Okay.
we were eeried out.
all right. Commissioner Solario.
To keep it short.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it shorter than you, Commissioner Curtin. Three items, at least one I already hinted at before. The labor component is very important to me. And I think I mentioned before, I was in Orange County when I got back from the legislature, and there had been about 20 years since any public agency had a project labor agreement in Orange County. And at the Rancho Community College Board, I helped shepherd the first one, and then after that in the city, and now there's many more. Paying good wages, good benefits, community hire, local hire, all that stuff is very important. I know on this project, thanks to Commissioner Curtin, we've been talking about this, ensuring that we can do the best we can for all the good working people down there. I want to make sure we equally for all the projects are on top of this. So I don't know if it's part of the monthly reporting, we could start having key updates on there just so we know what policy they might be using. I'm not saying everyone needs to have a project labor agreement per se, but they might have their own version of that. If nothing else, they got to comply by prevailing wage laws and and federal laws, et cetera. And for whatever reason, it's not something the staff feels it wants to do. I'll just periodically, when the projects come up to speak about their project, I'll ask, hey, tell us about what kind of labor projects you have in place. So I wanted to mention that. Two, I know that the project applicants are the ones primarily working with the agencies providing permits, et cetera, and I'm sure our staff is to some extent. I'd like a better sense of who the agencies are and what processes they have, because to the extent that things can be done in parallel sequence or other ways to fast track, I'm very interested in having the commission, to the extent it wants, dig in to see what deficiencies we can create. I know we've kind of just been busy figuring out the program and making it happen, but now that we're kind of in it a few years, I think it's a good time to look at what processes are in place and if there can be any improvements, especially now that some of these projects are making headway. So I'd be very interested in getting that either, and that might be a good staff report as well in the future, and I'll make a note of that as a possible item. And then finally, on the Harvest Water Project, which I did support, and I know at the last meeting we provided additional funds. I'm still really unclear for the additional money that we provided, what public benefit we're getting. If it's more money for the people doing the work and all that, I'm fine on that as well. But I just know that we had already provided them a full funding grant agreement, I believe, and they already had a budget in place. So I'm very interested in seeing how they're going to spend that extra money, and maybe that can be requested of them somehow, or maybe as part of your next update, you could provide an update on that, or if not, I'll figure out how to get that information separately if staff can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Turn it on. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Curtin?
Yes. How come it worked for you? Anyway, good job. A couple of comments, just quickly. I don't, what's Water Board 401 certification that the
That's-
timeline is?
What is the timeline?
What does it mean?
Oh, it's the Clean Water Act certification that the project would get, and it kind of goes hand in hand with the Army Corps of Engineers 404
Okay.
Water Quality Clean Water Act permit.
But is it in reference to the amount of water, the issue that has been raised, that there's less water available for sites? Or is it a separate issue?
This could be something that our next item
Okay.
could talk a little bit more than I
Okay.
can, but generally, it's about the wetland impacts from the project. They all, both permits kind of
But
look
it's
at
not
the different
so
wetland
much about
impacts.
the allocation of water or availability.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was asking. First of all, we do have 4 groundwater projects to the caller. And this has been I think the process started with Prop 1 in 2016, 2018. So it's not just been a few years we're working on this. And it's tough to get through this process, as we found out. The one issue that was raised earlier, and I don't know how to go about this, but there's a concern about water rights that was referred to. Does the Water Resources Control Board deal with the water rights issue that was raised earlier by the public comment? Because there seemed to be a question of water rights in the Calusa Basin drain that might be potential water used by sites. So maybe you can deal with that as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other commissioners? All right, then we will now move on to agenda item 9, Water Storage Investment Program Sites Project Update and Virtual Tour. Jerry Brown, Executive Director for the Sites Project Authority, the project proponent for the Sites Reservoir Project, will now update the commission on the status of the project, its progress toward completing the WISIP requirements, and present a virtual tour of the Sites Project. And while we have on the agenda that he will speak first and then do the virtual tour, we have been told that that will now be reversed, and we will start with the virtual tour. Mr. Brown?
Great, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, commissioners, members of staff. We are here today to proudly present our tour of the facilities. We'd love to get you out there sometime if we can do that, but this is the next best thing, and we've put this together with the particular interest in mind of the public benefits and the investment that the state is making in the project. So I'll ask that we go ahead and play that, and then I'm going to make a few remarks about giving you some project updates and addressing some concerns you've raised previously. So just in the interest of time, if you'd like, I can go ahead and make my remarks, and then we could do the video second, if you'd prefer. And then you give you some time to figure out the audio.
That's fine, thank you.
Is that all right? Yeah. All right, fantastic. Can you remind me how I've turned the slides? Oh, next slide, please. Okay, so that's good, thank you. Before I begin my remarks, I just wanted to say that we have really enjoyed working with your staff. Your staff is fantastic. They do great work for you. They uphold the letter of the statute and your obligations and statutory requirements to a high degree, and it's a very, very reputable staff. We also are very appreciative of all of the state agency staff. It would not be possible to get to this point where we are without the hard work and dedication that they devote to making this possible. And just wanted to make sure that that gets acknowledged, because it happens behind the scenes, but it's critically important. I always like to start these presentations with just some remarks about the project, and this is the second most asked question I get generally, which is, what if we had sites today? How much water would we be able to store in the reservoir? And you can see over the past 4 years that there's been a significant amount of water that's been available in the river. And these are all based on simulations that we've been able to create through our operations modeling. And we look at actual river conditions in the Sacramento River during these high flow periods when we would be diverting water into storage. And we look at the amount of storage that we would be able to capture. And you can see that over the last 4 years, there's been a substantial amount of water that's been available and that we would have been able to store for uses within the system. And the 2-year period, 23 and 24, comes up a lot as far as, a lot of people say, how long is it going to take to fill the reservoir, 1.5 million acre feet? And you can see that in 1 year we could have, or 2 years, we would have been able to fill the entirety of the reservoir. And that is not all that unusual, but it's not that common either. So this is just an important indicator that this project has significant importance and can perform for us. Next slide, please. Just want to give some general updates here on project activities. In particular, the water right is of key concern. And yes, Commissioner Curtin, the issues that Mr. King raised around the water rights and appropriations in the Colusa Basin drain, those are being addressed in the hearings and the proceedings of the water right under the state board. And partly some of the determinations that are made in the draft order are addressing the concerns that Mr. King and another protestant have raised in that regard. So that answers one of your questions. But I'll get into the water right a little bit more completely in a minute. I wanted to just really quickly run through these other things. The permits and approvals, we have all the necessary or most of the necessary permits and approvals for construction and operations, including our incidental take permits and the biological opinions. Our lake and stream bed alteration agreements are all in place. The remaining element that's of significance is the 404-401. The 401, Commissioner Curtin, is regulating the drainages and discharges from the project works, from the construction works. So it is in conjunction with the wetland permit, the 404 permit by the Army Corps of Engineers, because it has some relationship with the natural surroundings and the wetlands that are delineated within the area. We also have the federal permit side, the 106, Section 106 Cultural Resources Programmatic Agreement completed and the record of decision by the Reclamation. We have procured a contractor for our reservoir and roads, which we've spoken to you about before, and we'll get into that a little bit more. I want to give you some update on where we are with that. We are in the process of procuring a contractor right now, a CMAR, construction manager at risk, for the conveyance components of the project. These are the pump station and major pipelines that are part of the project. That is ongoing and probably will conclude by the end of the year. We are getting good response to that, and actually today or tomorrow they're having a site visit with all of the interested proposers. We have acquired about 22 acres of land. A lot of people ask me how come we haven't got it all, but that's a question I could address if you're interested. But we have purposely only highlighted and focused on the most critical components, focusing on the areas that are critical path to the construction of the project. So 2,200 acres is purchased, and these are the locations of the major dams that are the critical path of the project. We've also in the process right now of securing 10 contingent land purchase agreements, which in essence is saying we're proceeding with appraisals and we're proceeding with entering into agreements with landowners to purchase their property once certain contingencies are removed, such as financing for the project, contract signed for entering into the next phase of the project. And then we're doing all kinds of land-based surveying for botany, cultural, and raptor permitting that are necessary, and we've got that substantially completed. We have a 30% design completed. We also have Department of Safety of Dams confirmation that the dam design is sufficient and there are no red flags. So we have that clearance. We are in the process today, this week, updating our cost estimate and our scheduling, actually next week at our board meeting. And the last time these were updated was last year. So we feel it's important before entering into our next phase of investor commitment, where everybody goes to their boards and asks for the authorization to sign their contracts, that we have the most up-to-date information on the cost estimate and the schedule. We have financing secured. We're proceeding next month to go out for underwriting services for our interim financing needs. So once we enter into the next phase, we will then be securing financing through these underwriting services, and that will provide us with the bridge funding that we need in order to construct the project for some certain period of time, and then refinance that into longer-term debt through the EPA WIFIA loan and other municipal bonds and the USDA loan that we've secured. We have the off-taker contracts almost finalized. We hope to do that this next week as well. We did complete the reclamation partnership agreement negotiations, and that is being considered by our board for approval next week. And then the CAPs are coming to you today for presentation and proceeding through that process. And then we have our facility partners, which are providing the necessary conveyances to bring the water into sites and out of sites that we are working with right now to finalize agreements. So all in all, you can see we're making significant progress. We're marching towards this point where we go back to all of our investors and ask them to get the authority to sign contracts, and that's coming very soon. Next slide, please. So back onto the water right. So, you know, the issuance of the water right as a draft was very much appreciated, and it was welcomed in that the draft order determined that there is water available to be appropriated to this project, and that is a significant milestone. California has not issued a water right of this magnitude for 6 decades, and for the water board and the hearing officer to present that in the draft order is significant, and we need to appreciate the significance of that, and so that's what this is about. The next slide talks about some of the conditions under which that water would be available. Those are the areas that we're really talking about when we go into depth around the draft decision and what some of the concerns are that we have with the decision. And really, if I could just kind of focus you on kind of 2 levels of concern. The first is really related to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update and how this permit relates to that process and that conclusion, that the adoption of the Bay Delta Plan. That is really a statewide matter that involves all water users, and so is not specific to just the sites project, whereas the other 3 bullets here are specific to the sites project. So when we think about how we look at this in the context of the state benefits and evaluating the level of public benefits, the way we've approached this and what's being presented to you in the CAPBs is really trying to analyze what the effects of those 3 bullets are down below on the public benefit levels that can be provided in what you're seeing today, but taking that first part out because that is a matter that is of more statewide relevance and applies to all water users and is not project specific. So wanted to make that clarification for you, and happy to drill into any of these later or now if you have questions about them. But really, these are the priority areas that we're focusing on in terms of seeking changes in the draft permit. Next slide, please. And it's not just us asking for changes. There were more than 50 comment letters that were submitted on the draft order, which is rather unusual because it's a fairly technical, science-based matter in front of a quasi-judicial proceeding. And most of those were calling for similar changes to what we were recommending. And I've listed here the state agencies that commented. I've also listed the elected officials that have commented. And we are in a point now where we are waiting to hear back from the hearing officer and the board in their deliberations on these comments, and expect to hear something in July. They are in ex parte, just like you are in ex parte with me, and we don't talk to them, they don't talk to us, we don't know what's going on other than what we see in the publicly noticed agendas, which is that they are meeting on this water right in closed session and having discussions among themselves, which they are allowed to do under the Brown Act. Next slide, please. So yeah, you already walked through this with Amy, so I don't need to go into this in any more detail. Next slide, please. Shifting now to more of the project labor component. Last time we were here, we talked a lot about the discussions that were going on between the trades and the selected contractor, Barnard Construction, and I'm happy to report that the trades and Barnard were able to reach an agreement on a PLA on March 20th, and that has been executed now. All the affiliated trades have signed the PLA with the exception of the North Coast States Carpenters Union. We continue to encourage Barnard to seek their signature, but as we understand it today, they are not interested in signing. So in our effort to make sure that all of the trades are covered, we have secured that Barnard will contract all carpenter work with a signatory contractor, Ames Construction from Southern California, and they will be performing all carpenter work under their master agreement with the carpenters, which is with the North Coast States Carpenters Union. And so in that way, we believe that we have established labor harmony on the project. We also adopted that PLA as our template PLA for all of our work going forward. I think there were some comments that were made by the commissioners previously that suggested we should have done this ahead of time, and maybe in hindsight that would have been a good thing to do, but the way it worked out, we think we received a template PLA that works for everybody except maybe for the carpenters, which is unfortunate, but again, we continue to seek their signature if we can. We'd like that to happen if that can be made possible. But that template PLA then represents a starting point for all future alternative delivery projects under the project as a whole. And not that the other contracts, we will have some design bid build contracts and other potential types of contracts, not that they won't be formed to require a PLA, the PLA coverage, but we just haven't made that determination yet. We're focused more on these bigger alternative delivery contracts at this time, and we'll get into that level of specificity later as we go. Next slide, please. Last time JP and I were here, we talked about the letter from the carpenters, and there were some particular concerns that were raised, and all I really wanted to bring back to you today was that all of those concerns that were raised in that letter were considered in the PLA, and it is felt that they have been addressed, maybe not to the carpenter's satisfaction, but to the satisfaction of Barnard and those that are signing the PLA. And Barnard actually hired the carpenter's former attorney that represented him and was part of that team. And it is felt that with that involvement that we've addressed those concerns to the level that they've been acceptable to the carpenters in the past. So the next slide really kind of walks you through what those issues are and how they've been addressed. And so just wanted to leave you with that. Next slide, please. Another area that had been covered in some comments, Mr. King has raised this today in his comments, the effect of the project on the Colusa Basin drain. And the map is really what I wanted to show you today, because I'm not sure you have a understanding of where things are when we talk about things like the Davis weir and the Ballston weir and the Colusa Basin drain. And what I wanted to really point out here is that that purple line that cuts across under I-5 from the Tehama-Colusa Canal to the Colusa Basin Drain. That is the Dunnigan pipeline. That is what is being discussed, and that is what carries the water from the canal over to the Colusa Basin Drain, and then moves through the Colusa Basin Drain via gravity down to the Knights Landing outfall gates. And that's how the water from sites gets back into the river. And so when you think about the effect of sites on the Colusa Basin Drain, the only things we're really potentially affecting are either the purple or the yellow parts of it. Nothing upstream of the Ballston Weir, because the weir acts as a wall for the water not to move that direction. It all moves downhill. And it is correct that the area between the point of connection of the Dunnigan pipeline to the Ballston Weir is fairly flat. And there are some concerns that have been expressed about how that introduction of water and the pooling of water and the lack of movement of that water affects the quality of that water. And we're looking at that with those that are interested in those aspects right now. So just wanted to cover some of that, and happy to answer any questions that you might have in this regard as we continue this discussion. Next slide, please. So near term, what's our schedule look like? This is a schedule that is developed based on a favorable revised draft water right. And so July 15th comes, we would act quickly to initiate our investor commitment period. And we've established a 4-month period. This is when all of the water districts go back to their boards and get authorization to sign the contracts. And we are acting fast because we need to act fast, but we're also trying to get this into construction at the beginning of next year. And so under this schedule, we would be back to you in December to seek your approval for final funding of the project, so that we can have 100% participation, go to the banks, secure the financing that's necessary to get into construction in the first part of 2027. So we are really seeking to move quickly here through this period of the work. But if that is not possible because the revised draft does not conform to what's necessary for our project to move forward, then we would delay and probably take a pause, and anywhere from a 2 to 4 month pause is my guess, to make some decisions about what to do with that after we receive the final water right. So we really are not in a position to move forward without having a good understanding of what the water right requirements conditions are. Again, we're appreciative and hopeful that the delegation of the availability of water and the appropriation of the project sticks, but the conditions are what we are seeking to change as it relates to the revised draft. So if that occurs, if that delay occurs, then you could see this all pushing out for 4, maybe 5 months. And so we're talking about having a completed investor commitment period and coming back to you anywhere between probably about December and April is my guess. Next slide, please. And looking at the overall schedule, we have a very long construction period to undertake here, 7 years. We're still looking at a 7-year period, and that would conclude at the end of 2033. And that concludes my remarks today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Chair Steiner, I just wanted to let you know that Commissioner Hurt has joined the meeting.
Thank you.
Do you want to do questions now, or do you want to do the tour?
I think we would do the tour now if
Okay.
we're all set up to go ahead and do it, and then we can do everything all at once.
Okay. Yes, we should be ready for the video now, the video tour.
It looks like we might take our 10-minute break now, so that they can get the audio working and we can use our time appropriately. So we're going to move our break up to now, and we will have 10-minute break. So I have 10:24, so 10:34 will be the end of our break. Thank you.
A crack in the ground, a whisper of thirst. The sky holds its breath as the clouds disperse. A single beat rolls down the glass. Moments like these, they never last. Every drop matters, every tear, every rain, falling like diamonds, washing away pain. Every drop matters, from the sky to the sea. It's a ripple away, a piece of you and me. A river begins with a trembling stream, feeding the world, fueling a dream. The rhythm of life in every fall, no drop too small to answer the call. Feel the flood, feel the flow. Every drop helps us grow. Every drop matters, every tear, every rain, falling like diamonds, washing away pain. Every drop matters, from the sky to the sea. It's a ripple, a wave, a piece of you and me. A desert flower waits for years. It drinks the sky, it holds its fears. Every drop a gift, a spark, a star. Every drop a rhythm in the earth's own heart.
I'm going,
Dusty boots on a gravel road, the sun dips low, whispers untold, a slingshot tucked in a pocket, torn, faith like a child.
so we are going to, at this point, hold the video till after lunch, and we're going to work a little harder on figuring out how to see it. Those online actually can see it better than we can. So we will do that. And we were going to go ahead now and take public comment on the portion of Mr. Brown's presentation that we had, because as I understood it, you had completed that portion. And so do we have any public? We have Mr. our Attorney.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify, so we can take public comment now on Mr. Brown's presentation, take commissioner questions on that, and then when we show the video again, we should offer an opportunity for public comment on the video and commissioner questions as well.
And that was my intention. So thank you for clarifying that I was doing it right. I like that. And I will take anybody who will tell me I'm doing something right, as opposed to people who might tell me otherwise. All right, so we are on public comment now, and Mr. Walters.
Yes, we do have an in-person comment from Mr. King.
Mr. King?
Yes, thank you again. One concern that I have, and I'm sure staff is handling it accordingly, is that the Dunnigan pipeline that you just saw was never included in the 2017 submission. And it was never part of the grading in 2018, grading by the staff at that point. What was included was water flowing, all the ecological water flowing down the Cluse Basin drain, including the 6 miles that excluded now, along with all the water that may have been stored in sites from Stone Corral and Funk's Creek down the full length of Cluse Basin drain. So you have never scored the Dunnigan pipeline. That was submitted in the feasibility report in November 2021. And the board resolution was in December. So within a month, without any additional work, they said the project was feasible. What was excluded from your consideration also was the likelihood of the extension of the Dunnigan pipeline, which is not included in that map. Executive Director Brown talked about the water quality, the ponding issues. We believe that the water board identified 3 components, calling harmful algae bloom, temperature, and methylmercury, which may necessitate actually taking the water directly to the river. I sent you documents that actually that cost is about $250 million, which is not included in the cost. The submittal in 2021 just included $90 million for the pipeline, which is gravity fed. So going from the Cluse Basin drain to the river is another $250 million, and also has all the energy costs of going back uphill to the natural levee of the Sacramento River. That's not disclosed. That's never been considered in your cost benefit. Also, it's not considering your cost benefit is all the lost ecological benefits from yellow bypass flows, which are significant, I think about $300 million in net present value. And finally, the water rights. Mr. Brown talked about, the last point was the flows from Stone Corral and Funk's Creek. We actually, the staff or sites never considered the appropriate rights, and the water board actually said that they must go down the drain, including our water rights there. So that is what they're objecting to that, and I'm trying to retain that. What I'd love to work with them is combine those flows and the ecological flows to make sure the wetlands that we own and the wetlands adjacent to us are actually protected and minimum flows are maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. I'm just going to briefly comment on the scoring. The scoring procedure was to determine each project's expected return for public investment, and the project scores were for the purpose of ranking the projects at that point in time relative to one another, which in turn was used then to determine the applications for the MCEDs before others. And so it actually didn't have anything to do with the project feasibility, because we couldn't have actually determined that at that point. It was simply a ranking function. And so we have not been rescoring and rescoring everything as we go along. You will have a presentation today on the public contracts, which will deal, I think, with one of your questions that you're asking. And there's certainly more attuned today as to what's going on with the public and the assessment of the contracts. And so we'll have that covered in our next presentation. We do consider, the Water Commission does consider and will continue to consider project changes and we've had them on other projects also, at various stages of the process, and we're going to consider that in every progress report we get. We look to see if there's something there, if there's an applicant, and the draft CAPBs, as I said, you'll hear it, and then in the final award. So we have a long ways to go here. So there are points of time, but that original scoring was for that purpose. So I hope that clarifies your question concerning that. Our next commenter, please.
We do not have any other in-person commenters, and at this time, I'm not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
All right, then I'm going to close the public comment period for this part of our presentation, and I will go ahead and take questions from commissioners. Do we have any questions on the right side first to start? Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yes. Well, thank you for the update. I'm curious about what the impacts of the water rights draft water rights decision is on the project. Like, I guess maybe let's start with your example at the beginning of your presentation showed the 1.5 million acre feet in the 23-24 year. Was that assuming the new, like what just came out with the water rights, or is that diversion levels, or was that under the assumptions that you had hoped for in the permit?
Under the as applied for permit, not under the draft order conditions.
Do you know what the numbers would be under the?
Within our comments to the water board on the draft order, there is some tables that walk through each of the different conditions that are affecting the performance of the project and highlighting how the condition affects the performance of the project, meaning the amount of water supply that's being generated for all purposes. And generally speaking, when I talk about like the project specific elements, the diversion criteria, those last 3 bullets in my slide, that is somewhere in the range of 12 to 15%, I think, are the numbers of degradation of performance in the project. Okay. Then when you look at the other terms that really relate to the statewide Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan elements, that ranges, I believe, anywhere from about 30 to 50% reduction as it's been presented.
So just following that logic, it would have been about 750 instead of the 1.5 million acre feet.
Yeah, it's hard to make that simple of a analysis, but for now, that's probably gives you in the ballpark. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm also just looking at I was comparing the 27 public benefits to the current public benefits as we're going to be seeing them in the contract, and so I just wanted to give you the chance to kind of explain from your perspective what that looks like. So my understanding is that we went from we had YOLO bypass flows, which folks agreed was not beneficial, and so those came off the table, but that was to the tune of about 39,000 acre feet a year. And that we had north of Delta and south of Delta refuge water, but that have been increased on an annual basis. But the duration of the benefits in total went from 82 years down to 60 years. Mm-hmm. So by my math, based on those averages, the total volume that's being provided by the project for ecosystem benefits went down about to a third of what they were, from about 6,084,000 acre feet total volume to 2,040,000 acre feet total. So it's about a third. Is that tracking with your math? And can you maybe walk folks through what has happened that has resulted in that decrease in ecosystem benefit?
A lot has happened, and all with the intent of continuing to provide the value of benefits. So when you look at the quantity of water, I don't believe the value is always the equal. So when you look at refuge deliveries south of Delta versus north of Delta, for example, south of Delta has a higher value, right? So I can't drill into all the specifics of it, but it's generally been, let's work together to try to replace the YOLO bypass levels with the same amount of the commitment of the capacity of the reservoir, 17.3%, and achieve the value that we have been conditionally awarded, so that you're receiving the same value of benefits, and maybe not the same amounts of water, but the same value of benefits.
So just to say that back to you, it's really been driven by the dollar valuation. So the dollars we've assigned to each particular benefit, and with the inflationary effects, I guess, applied to those, because even, I mean, I'm just looking at, there was tremendous amount of south of Delta, I mean, it was 34.6 thousand acre feet per year for 82 years. That's gone down to 22.6. The north of Delta has bumped considerably. But it's driven by, it was just trying to balancing it with the dollars that were being assigned from the economic value of the ecosystem benefit.
The dollars and the capacity of the reservoir that's being utilized to maximize the capacity, because the dollars and the capacity have some relationship from the other investor's perspective, but also trying to maximize the value of the benefits. And your staff, your finance team evaluates all of that independently, and so we're trying to do that sort of back and forth iteration to get you in a same place as far as the value and the amount of capacity you get.
Okay, and then are the numbers that are currently, the volumes that are being provided in the contract for public benefits, are those reflective of the current draft of the water rights permit?
Good question, and apologize for not making that clear originally, but they are, to the extent there that we've considered the project-specific elements of the draft water right, meaning the diversion criteria. But because we felt that statewide elements, the Bay Delta Plan relationships, those are more broadly considered and broadly applied, and so we excluded those from what's in your CAPB quantities currently. If we did include those, you'd see those quantities being much less.
Okay. And so we have to, that'll be a good question for Crystal, just to how we manage that.
We felt that was an appropriate and transparent approach to taking this next step to finalizing the draft, because quite frankly, a 50% reduction in the performance of the project, for example, is going to probably lead us to a point of being infeasible, to be blunt. So it wasn't felt that that was a realistic, transparent way of communicating the effects of the water right permit draft on the public benefits. It was felt more appropriate to just look at the project-specific elements of the draft order and see how those affect the public benefits.
Okay. Can I ask one more question? One other issue that's come up before the commission that you didn't touch on today that I'd love for you to maybe give an update on is just the status of outreach to tribes related to impacts to from the footprint of the reservoir project.
Absolutely, yes. And outreach continues. You know, we've concluded the AB 52 consultation with the adoption of our CEQA document, and reclamation with their issuance of the record of decision, and the NEPA finalization, along with the Section 106 programmatic agreement, have concluded their portion of that, of the consultation. We continue to meet with the tribes. There are 5 tribes that are generally affiliated with the area of the inundation of the reservoir, and we have been conducting tribal government working group meetings with those tribes for 2 years, and have been working through and talking about how the construction of the project is envisioned to take place, and seeking ways to modify and adjust our placement of features to the extent we can. We can't avoid inundation, but to the extent we can, move our features to accommodate any cultural resources of significance to the tribes. So we've been talking a lot about that, and we've also been talking about the burials and the artifacts that are, you know, within the valley itself, and evaluating the means and the methods to appropriately handle those, so that the tribes are their interests and their needs are considered.
And are you, from your perspective, it seemed like it was a little bumpy there for a while. Like, is it on a better track? Is it sort of still a work in progress, or how would you characterize how things are going?
Well, we're having discussions. We're having constructive discussions. I think that's over here on the day-to-day work. And then over here on the water right, for example, some of those same tribes are parties to representing opponents to the water right. And so we can do both, and that is good, I think, and mature. But it is fair to say they are not necessarily supporting the project or even neutral. They're opposing it over here.
Commissioner Curtin?
Okay, and you said we're going to do something on the infrastructure, further conversation about the infrastructure project?
No, what we have left to do is the video.
Oh, okay. So, excuse me. I'm curious about, we're getting to where the rubber meets the road here.
Yeah.
And that's when the investors get focused,
Yes.
a lot more than I do, I might add, but it's their money, and the off comes. What portion of your investors are in Southern California? And I say south of the Delta, because I get a little confused at that. I think of maps. South of the Delta is everywhere that doesn't feed into the Delta, right?
Okay.
Like saying north of the Delta is everything that feeds into the Delta. Is that
Yeah.
accurate? So what about Southern California here? Are they major investors in this project?
When you look at the total of all the participation in the project as to the storage capacity that's allocated,
Yeah.
south of Delta, north of Delta, and then federal and state, they're about 55%, I believe,
Of the storage in the?
of all of the storage capacity in the reservoir. So there's about a third between reclamation and the state, and then about 55%, and then about 10% in the north state.
That's interesting. So 55% would go south, which, I mean, I'd get lost in the exchange issues, et cetera,
Yeah.
but it's pretty significant. So that's important.
Yeah.
I don't see their name in the, what was that particular slide where there's questions about the Delta? Here it is. I noticed the governor, Senator Padilla. I do political work, so this is what gets my attention.
Yeah.
But I don't notice anything in the south. So did they, specifically the water issues in the south, does that imply that they're okay with the water resources control determination on this whole?
My
Delta?
slide talking about state and elected officials
Ye-
that submitted comments.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say, are they okay? No, I don't think they're okay. Many of our participants submitted their own comment letters. I didn't list them there because
Okay.
this was focused on state and elected officials.
Okay.
So they submitted various comments as well. And I would say the 10 signatories of the bipartisan congressional letter, that was led by Congressman Calvert from the South and Congressman.
I don't, yeah, that's not on the
Mindy
list.
or
That's why I
Councilman
just looked at the
Calvert.
list and it struck me that I don't see any of the southern interests.
They're
So-
there.
Okay.
They're
good.
just
That's
not listed
important.
there.
So that means that determination, which is out of our hands to a large degree, is mission critical here.
Absolutely.
And just, I don't mean to be too snarky here, but I remember there was a letter from the governor. Did we ever get a response? Did you respond to that letter a while back around the original considerations that have caused some labor discussion here? Do you recall?
Not a written letter, no, but we
Okay.
did have discussions with the Secretary of Resources about that letter.
Okay, so this is when the skepticism really begins to grow for those who are either opposed or just generally skeptical. I am a big supporter and have been for the surface storage projects from day one, and I was interested in hearing the comments about we should look at more groundwater projects. They seem to be less controversial, but they are certainly not in the same scope of size as the project we're looking at here, and I'm very supportive of the project, but I have to admit there's enough skepticism here that I think this is going to be a complex couple of months. And so whatever you can do to, and I appreciate the efforts on the labor relations, but there's still some questions about how that was determined. Keep plugging away and seeing if you can come together with these, specifically the carpenters, but that's important. And I'm staying out of the discussion because it's, between you guys, but the skepticism and the concerns will grow. And as the money starts looking at who's going to pay what, and if the South is down there thinking, maybe we got something else on our minds. And that's what happened on Temperance Flats, if I'm I'm sorry, Los Vaqueros. They just kind of looked at it at that moment and said, you know what, we got better ways to invest. So I'm just expressing that concern.
We want the same thing with carpenters.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Solorio?
Yes, I too, like Commissioner Kern, have been on this type of funding and projects since day one. I was in the legislature, and Danny really, I think, was the #1 lobbyist pushing for above ground and below ground water storage. There were a lot of folks that didn't want to move anywhere on this, especially a project like yours. So I'm glad that he and I both did our job, and here we are. A few comments and questions. Number one, with respect to the water rights and conditions, did they give you like a specific number of what the max of water they said would be available that could flow through here? And if you could remind us what that is?
Yes. Off the top of my head, I believe it's in the 900,000 acre feet range in a year. So annually, no more than about 900,000 acre feet. Don't quote me on that number.
Okay. I'm going to try to find those staff reports so I could get more information, but thank you for that. On the letters, I'll look too for them in the appropriate agency packet, but if it makes sense for the staff to pass those letters out, especially the electeds, I think we should be mindful of what other elected officials are saying. We mentioned a little bit about who might benefit. I think as we go forward, to the extent that project applicants or the staff could say kind of like what counties benefit and to what extent, I think that's helpful, because this is a good example. This project is up north, so just by looking at that, no one would know that it benefits Southern California. And in Southern California, I live in Los Angeles now, and Santa Ana. We're excited about hosting the Olympics and the World Cup now, and so we need water. We have big events like that. The last thing we want to tell folks is, hey, you can't use any local water. You got to drink all bottled water because we don't have any. So I'm anxious about that. I'm excited about how big a role this plays for Southern California. I heard you mention that if all goes well, and hopefully it will, that at our December meeting you might be able to come back for a full funding grant agreement. I would encourage the staff, to the extent they can, or the commission, for us to work with appropriate agencies and boards to see if we can't keep things on schedule, and even fast track. I think there's one example that we often aren't able to do much in terms of advancing things because of what's in statute and the difficulty of doing legislation or bond updates as necessary. But maybe we move that meeting up early in December. Any little bit helps, as especially that's around the time that the rain comes, and so maybe an early action might be helpful as well. And I think with that, at least for all, those are my questions. I do also encourage continued communications with the carpenters. I would love to see them to formally sign on, and so I appreciate all efforts with your outreach to them and the building trades and the former attorneys. But I wouldn't give up, and I want all these things to be as inclusive from a labor standpoint as possible. So it's going to be a while really before we finish constructing this project. So that would be something I would encourage. The last question on that note, on when the project might be done, which is 2033, 34, which is still a ways out, but at least we get started. Is there a way that along the ways you might be able to release some water? Is there any opportunity for that, or really you can't let any water go out until 33, 34?
Most likely that will not be occurring. Sometimes you can get authorization that as you build the dam up and start filling, but I think what we've been hearing from DSOD is, generally speaking, they like to see the full dam built, verified, confirmed, and then start filling it. So it's likely that it will occur all at the very end.
Well, I would encourage that we continue to test that, and sometimes technologies change. We also got AI and high tech, a bunch of other things going on that, who knows, maybe in 5 years, something might be possible. So
Maybe.
encourage that. Thank you so much and appreciate your support and
Sure,
support of your board. Thank you.
If
Commissioner
I could
Mack.
just make one comment about the early final funding. The statute says you guys have to be the last ones to sign, basically. So it really depends on everybody else. We've given everybody 4 months. If they took 2 months, we could come early, but I don't know with 22 water districts if that's realistic.
But I'm talking even a week or a day. I mean, at the local level, meetings get, or additional meetings get added on. And I think this is a significance enough to the state that it's a time where this commission, if it wanted to, could, take an action.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Commissioner Mackler.
Great. Thanks for the presentation, and I look forward to the flyover with the audio, of course. Well, look, it's really hard to do a project, particularly in California, and I don't say that to bash California. It's just hard. There's a lot of interested parties, a lot of stakeholders, and you're managing quite a lot. And so, appreciate the responsiveness, and I understand, some of these dialogues that you're having, say for labor within, for instance, it's executory, it continues. And I'm glad you're thinking about, next steps in the project and other project labor agreements in front of that. I take it from your presentation that really, in terms of what's driving the schedule right now, in terms of coming to us for financing, the first thing really is the determination and settling of the water rights.
Yes.
And so what you're indicating is that with the back and forth with the State Water Resources Control Board, you're hopeful that you'll have a final decision in September. That really drives a December schedule for us.
Yes.
But really, if you were looking for a simplified way of kind of what's the timing for coming back to us, that would be the one thing that we would be looking at. What is the final determination? And so that, of the water rights.
Yeah.
So that's, okay, so I understood that.
Yeah.
In thinking about financing, and my expectation is, and I'm, that we would be the last ones to sign off, and that you're assembling kind of, a package of, commitments, and that, and also a financing plan on top of that. And so in terms of the off-takers, you mentioned that there are 22 water districts. Is that the entirety of kind of, so from a, an off-taker universe, it's 22 different counterparties?
As currently kind of structured, but there are some discussions that are ongoing today as to some of these parties, particularly the North State parties, consolidating into what's called Zone 3, Flood Control Water Conservation District of Colusa County. So they are looking at possibly consolidating within this Zone 3 entity. I think that would take 7 current entities, 7 of the 22, and consolidate it down to 1.
Okay, and
So
so
that-
then you'd have one contract counterparty,
Yeah.
and those guys would.
They would have their own subcontracts with Zone 3.
And they would figure out
Yeah.
what the, whether they're joint and several, or whether or not
Yes.
they're separating the
Yes.
liability.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so just presuming that you're able, let's just say it's 22, so you have your 22. And of the 22, so this is an offtake commitment, and associated with the offtake commitment, there is a prepayment or a payment during construction, or is it just they're going to commit to pay for services received once the facility is completed?
The latter.
Okay, and so, and that these agreements, in my understanding or my expectation would be that these would be agreements that would be part of the financing package. So to the extent that you're going to a private lender or you're doing it through WIFIA, that these are firm commitments that could otherwise be pledged as part of those financing commitments. That would be the
Correct.
basis under which you are raising money.
Correct. And in terms of repayment, there are options for repayment. Not everybody has to wait till the project's done and we start operations. That's a possibility. But you could pay as you go. You could capitalize interest and start paying once we go into operation, or you could pay as interest is accruing.
Right. Okay. So let me understand that, because this is an interesting point. So you have your off-takers. If you're thinking about just an off-taker, it's somebody that when they start receiving service, they start paying you for the service that they're receiving. Either it's a volumetric payment or it's a capacity payment, something like that.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that in part of the complexity in negotiating these offtake agreements is that these counterparties have the ability to perhaps reduce their, their ongoing expenditures by paying, by sort of a prepay, if you would.
Yes.
Is that the pay-go concept?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you would be so what percentage of the project, the total capital cost of the project, do you expect to will be supported by the 22 off-takers?
2/3.
2/3. Okay. As well as the ongoing O&M, so that you would be you'd be separating, sort of their amortization of the capital cost.
Yes.
And then there would be the ongoing operating and maintenance expense that their contracts would also be covering, because at that point, they're the sole funder of this.
Correct.
From an operating standpoint.
Well, with the exception of reclamation. Reclamation's contract, they pay O&M as it's incurred, and they pay based on actual cost. Your contract is different. You don't pay O&M.
Yeah, we
And you're
can't.
just paying a fixed sum.
Right. We're just paying, we're paying for the capital investment, right?
A fixed sum.
Yeah.
So if after 7 years, your fixed sum, the dollar today, you're paying in today's dollars for what we're not really, you're receiving until 7 years from now.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. I want to understand this because it's, I think we're sort of talking past each other a little bit.
Sorry.
So, no. My understanding is that the WISIP funding would be used for, the state is making, taxpayers are paying for a portion of the installation cost of the project, the capital costs associated with the project. And in exchange, Crystal and others are negotiating agreements where the state is securing for a number of years benefits, right?
Correct.
The taxpayer benefits.
Correct.
But we're just paying the capital cost, the installation cost. We're not paying sort of an ongoing O&M cost. That's paid by the ratepayers who are receiving this other benefit.
Correct.
Okay. Right. I think that's right. Okay, so you've got the 22 agreements.
Yes.
And so, I see that you are contemplating WIFIA, and then you also mentioned some short-term funding. So if I'm thinking about this from a structured finance standpoint, right?
Okay.
And I'm looking to finance 2/3 of the project based on the commitments of these 22 counterparties.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to raise a construction facility on that? So explain to me how you're going to obtain that 2/3 of the financing for the construction project, exclusive of post-COD O&M.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to, once we have all the contracts signed and we are able to represent to lenders that we have commitments to repay the dollars, we will go to lenders and we will seek interim financing, probably on the order of 2 to 5 year notes or something of that nature, that will allow us to proceed into construction and provide a source of funding to make construction payments. And then once that funding ends and it comes due, we will refinance that with either the WIFIA loan or the revenue bonds, municipal paper, or we would refinance possibly with revenue notes for another 2 to 5 years to continue, and it'll be dependent on what the market situation looks like at that time.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mackler, we're going to cycle back to you, so.
Let me finish this one point, though, okay? Because then I'll have to build it up again.
No, you're not doing that again.
Okay, so the question that I have is that, so the funding, right, the funding is, you're talking about a construction facility. Whether or not you're going out for short-term notes or not, you're going to have a construction facility, you're going to do your construction, and at some point, after the construction risk is taken off this portion of the project, you will then refinance it into a longer-term financing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and here's my last question on, well, I do want to return on this. You mentioned in your January 16th document that you have been in front of credit rating agencies. Which
Yes.
agency did you go to?
S&P.
S&P. Have you provided, and can you provide the materials that you provided to them where they gave you the indicative read? Because that would probably have a structure. If they're saying that this is going to be investment grade,
Yeah. Yep.
I'd like to understand what the structure is of, of this machine you're building, the financing machine. Can you provide that?
I believe so.
Okay.
I will check. I do not, let me check on that, but if we can, we will.
And-
Absolutely.
In WIFIA, I understand that they cover construction financing, that they won't do a refinance. So is it that yeah, my understanding is that they do not refinance, that they just cover construction and then term. So can you provide more detail on that at some later point?
Correct, but I believe they give you an opportunity to determine your interest rate, number one. Number two is they also allow you to start paying 5 years after you become operational complete. So there are potential benefits to that, to some of our participants.
Sure. So that's within the note itself, the loan itself, is that
Yeah.
you have interest rates and you have prepayment obligations and you have, deferrals. But just in terms of putting the facility in place, because ultimately what I'm trying to get to is that when we make the decision to fund, what's the structure and what sort of assurances can we derive from the structure that other people are, one, committed to fund, and two, are also going to, exercise a level of diligence to make sure that the money is appropriately spent, that we don't have a runaway project and otherwise have, a failed project.
Of course, of course. And I would say that that we would have opportunities with the WIFIA loan. I believe you're correct that there's no opportunity to refinance that through WIFIA, but you can go out on the private market and refinance and pay WIFIA off and then be off and running in the municipal market.
Sure, but it's the WIFIA structure and the governance that's provided by that should provide us some additional comfort with respect to funding commitments and, project performance.
Yeah, and there's elements in the offtake contracts too, Commissioner Mackler, that address that particular element as well that we could probably share that would maybe satisfy some of what you're getting at.
Yeah.
And I assume some of that would not be able to be answered until you know for sure what you're doing with the water rights, because some of your investors aren't going to commit until they know for sure that there's going to be a project. Commissioner Hurd, I need to, before I turn to you to ask if you have any questions, I need to ask you to identify any other people in the room, if you have any other people in the room over the age of 18, and their relationship to you, if any. And if you don't comment, I'm going to assume you're all by yourself and that you
Me,
don't have
myself, and I.
And are they drinking?
All right, we didn't ask that question, so we're not asking for an answer to it. So,
I am here by myself. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And while I understand that Commissioner Mackler and Commissioner Curtin now have indicated they each have more questions, I'm going to go ahead and ask if you have any questions at this point as a remote participant. Since you
Not
would be
at
the
this
last
moment.
person in line. Right. All right, then I'm going to return to Commissioner Curtin first.
And I'll be quick. I just wanted to point out, and I should have mentioned it, that you were implying that you were working closely with the carpenters, and I appreciate all that, but I would not refer to hiring a former carpenter attorney as an indication that was seen as a positive, because the determination of why they're a former attorney. Just for you. I would normally have said this privately, but I can't talk to you privately. And I also believe that the people who are investing, the groups that are investing, will be taking a really, really hard look at all the questions that were raised, and I appreciate the difficulties of that. But that's when they make the determinations.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Mackler?
Yes, thank you for your prior indulgence, Chair Steiner. Okay, so just thinking about this date, hopefully it'll be in the December meeting. Hopefully we will have clarity hopefully we'll have clarity with respect to the rights, that you will have organized the 22 different off-takers and that they have agreements that are sufficient to obtain the 2/3 of financing from whether it's WIFIA or some other source. With respect to, costs, and you've mentioned, sort of time stamping, the dollars, inflation, so, and I think you mentioned this earlier when you first brought the Barnard deal. What percentage of the project, are these all pass-through agreements, or have you been able with the engineering, procurement, and construction agreements to date to obtain any portion of them in terms of fixed price? That is the contracting entity, essentially internalizing and, making us pay for, the inflation risk?
We have not secured fixed price contracts at this time.
Okay. And so, and will we have at the end of, in December, the complete set of contracts for the project in terms of the major EPC agreements completed?
No.
Okay.
No, because we're at 30% design, and we made a conscientious effort to bring the builder into the picture early in the design so that we made sure that what the engineers were doing could be built. And so we probably won't get closer to those levels until we get about to 60% design.
And when do you think 60%?
12 to 18 months.
12 to 18 months. So if things go well, or if it's resolved by September, the water rights issue, and we come to financing in December, we're going to be making that financing determination, and you will be obtaining commitments, firm commitments, on a 30% number. So that will be the budgetary number.
Correct.
And I appreciate that that's a 30% design, but and I don't know anything about dam construction or reservoir construction, but from a budgetary standpoint, what are your engineers telling you in terms of the probability? Is this like a P50, a P80?
P90 or P95, depending on who analyzes it. But
Okay.
it's been analyzed at the budgetary number. So when we talk about a construction cost estimate between 6.2 and 6.8 billion, that is as bid. Okay, and then of course we know there's changes that happen, and so we put on a factor for that, and we say, okay, $7.5 billion. When we look at a $7.5 billion project and we run it through the cost estimating analysis that you're talking about, it comes out to be a P90 level.
So so what we're going to have in our hands, right, when we're making the financing decision will be the offtake agreements executed, the 22.
Yes.
Commitments to finance based on those offtake commitments from either WIFIA or a combination of WIFIA and other, probably private lenders. You mentioned you're speaking to underwriters. That we will have 30% engineering. We will have a budgetary number with a probability of 95%.
90, I'd say.
Let's say 90, okay?
Yeah.
I would have said less, but that's up to you. And so the understanding would be, right, since the money that we put in is static, our money's coming in, that's the commitment, from us. But that the off-takers, the 22, they're absorbing whatever the project cost overruns are.
Them and reclamation.
Them and reclamation. Well, it's true, right? I mean, I'm just trying to understand this. So,
yeah.
Okay, I could keep diving on this, but in interest of time, I have a couple more questions. So on the real estate side,
yes, sir.
What are we going to have in our hands on the 15th? You said that you've secured 2,200 acres.
We have P titled the 2,200 acres, and then we're entering into and hope to have concluded the contingent land purchase agreements with 10 landowners.
And that's the balance or
it's probably 60%.
Okay, so
maybe. That's a guess. So don't hold me to that.
And does your JPA or whatever, do you have eminent domain authority?
Yes.
Okay, and so so at the time that we are making the financing determination, you feel pretty good that we'll have 60% of the necessary land tied up contractually, 50% of the land tied up contractually.
Yeah. Probably in that neighborhood, yes.
With a significant amount of land to either acquire directly or try to acquire directly and then go through an eminent domain process, which then, of course, affects construction calendar, right? Okay, and then with respect, the final question is just, you've listed out the permits. When do you, who is issuing the authority to, I know that it's hard for me because this project is segmented, but I mean, you've dealt with piecemealing and everything. So who is issuing the authority to construct on the project? Which entity will issue, or are you constituted to issue your own authority?
We are constituted to issue our own authorization to construct.
That'd be amazing.
With the exception of DSOD, who will issue a permit to construct the regulatory dams.
Okay, so the authority to construct itself is probably not, okay.
That's why I mentioned the DSOD conclusion of sufficiency of the dam design at this stage.
Okay, so what I would love to see, I'd love to see the report that you made to the credit agency, any written communication that they've provided with respect to your financing plan. I'm trying to understand, and I appreciate that this is dynamic, trying to understand what the structure, what your project finance structure looks like. And this was, you know, the January 16th thing, helpful, but, and I appreciate that it's an iterative process, and that I'd like to see it well in advance of our December meeting, like what the structure looks like. And good luck. Good luck.
I assume on the real estate that obviously the water rights continue to be a hold on obtaining other people's property.
Yes.
So that's some of the slowdown in keeping moving forward. Would that be a correct assumption?
You're correct, Chair.
Well, that concludes all the questions, unless Commissioner Hurt will return one last time to you because we've had additional questions, and I see a shake of the head no.
I don't have any questions, just maybe a comment that the biggest variable right now is timing relative to the water rights decision. And so I appreciate all the questions that have been asked so far, and I continue to be eager and learn. So when action comes around, I'm ready to make the best decision.
All right, then we're done with this item. We'll hold on the, hopefully on seeing our tour, our virtual tour. And I think we're going to move on to our agenda item 10, our water storage investment program, sites, project, state agency draft contracts for the administration of public benefits. First, WISIP Program Manager Amy Young will provide a brief overview of the draft CAPBS, and then we'll hear from Crystal Davis-Fadke, Environmental Program Manager from CDFW, who will present lots of alphabet, CDFW's draft CAPB for ecosystem benefits, and from Jessica Boyd, Senior Environmental Scientist, and David Okita, Program Engineer, both from DWR, who will present the draft CAPB for recreation, flood control, and emergency response. Ms. Young.
Okay, thank you. So the Water Storage Investment Program funds public benefits associated with water storage projects. These public benefit contracts, and I'll avoid saying CAPBs, just hopefully that's helpful. The public benefit contracts lay out what the public benefits are and how they'll be implemented over a period of time. But before we hear from Fish and Wildlife and DWR, I'm just going to go over some general information about these public benefit contracts and how they fit into the Water Storage Investment Program process. Next slide, thanks. Proposition 1 requires the public benefit contracts be completed before the Commission can make a final funding award. The program regulations allow for agencies that put together these contracts to bring them in draft form to the Commission before finalizing them. The public benefit contracts are between the administering agency or agencies and the applicant, and in this case, these contracts are between the Sites Project Authority and Fish and Wildlife for the ecosystem benefits, and then the Project Authority and DWR for the recreation, flood, and emergency response benefits. While still in draft form, The agencies are presenting the contracts at this time because these drafts contain a firm articulation of contract structure and public benefits. Next slide. Through this draft process, the administering agencies will receive any comments and can consider them before finalizing or executing these contracts. Prior to executing the contracts, there will be further negotiations between those parties. Although the Water Commission does not approve these contracts, through these presentations, the commissioners can understand what will come before them as part of the final funding package. Commissioners can ask questions to help clarify how the projects and their public benefits have evolved since the MCEDs, or the maximum conditional determinations, were made back in 2018. And the Commission can provide thoughts and comments that will help the final funding hearing process go as smoothly as possible. Staff encourages commissioners to take advantage of this opportunity and ask questions and gain understanding needed as this project approaches the final stage in the process. Okay, so the draft contracts are available for review on the Water Commission website on the meeting page for this meeting, as well as the Water Commission's sites project page. And comments will be accepted until July 6th. We'll hear some verbal comments today, possibly, and any comments received after this meeting will be forwarded to the state agencies and will also be posted on the Water Commission's sites project page. And comments can be sent to the address shown on the screen. So this slide just summarizes the remaining process for this project as it proceeds towards the final funding hearing. Today we are hearing about the draft public benefit contracts from Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources. The Sites Project Authority and the agencies will then work on final details of the contracts. Sites Project Authority will then make a request for a final award hearing when all of the Prop 1 requirements are essentially completed, and these public benefit contracts are one of those required elements. And finally, later this year, Sites Project Authority will come in for the final award hearing. So now I will hand it over first to Crystal Davis-Fadke to go over the Fish and Wildlife contract, and then Jessica Boyd and David Okita for the DWR contract.
Thanks, Amy. Well, good morning, soon to be afternoon, commissioners. It's my pleasure to be here today for this significant milestone in the program to talk about the draft contract for administrative and public benefits for the Sites Reservoir Project. And again, Crystal Davis-Fadke, I'm an environmental program manager with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about how we developed this structure for these draft contracts. We spent a couple years working with the Roundtable, which was a consortium of all the WISP project applicants to hear their concerns, think about how we're going to address uncertainty in the future. First and foremost, we had to develop a structure that met the requirements of Proposition 1 and the regulations. We thought a lot about how do we set ourselves up to achieve these benefits. We need to plan for the long term. We don't know what hydrology is going to be. Regulatory conditions could change. Species could go extinct. How do we account for that? What is in the scope of the project's control? That was some of the feedback we constantly heard from the projects, is a concern about committing to something that they had no ability to achieve or affect. And then what do we do if we don't achieve the benefit? How do we account for that? And we developed a process around that I'll go into more detail about later. And then we developed this structure, and we wanted to be sure that we're being consistent across all projects, in the interest of equity and fairness. Next slide. So this is just an overview. These are all the contents of the contract. I'm not going to go into detail about every component, but I am going to touch on all the areas that are highlighted in yellow here. Next slide. So the contract term is for 70 years, and this term will be in place until either the funding agreement is terminated or the commitment the project is making to a cumulative volume of water delivered has been achieved, or if it's otherwise terminated as the contract allows for. And just as a reminder, there were 2 benefits that the department made findings on in the technical review process, and those were the Yola bypass flows and the refuge water supply program. Those were both based on a assumed 82-year term because that was the length of the analysis for the monetization. Next slide, please. So as was raised earlier, while we did have the Yola bypass flows in the findings over time due to collaborative efforts led by the Department of Water Resources, it was determined that that action could result in unintended impacts and that it really outweighed any potential benefits of that action to Delta Smelt. And so CDFW and the Sites Project Authority decided to not move forward with contracting for that specific benefit. Next slide. And so the benefit we are moving forward with is refuge water supply. So here I'm contrasting what was in the 2017 application and went into the MCED to what is in the draft contract today. You will notice that the long-term average is roughly the same. We do have more water going north of Delta than before, and we have more water in dry and critical years than in wet years, as was originally monetized and analyzed. That's definitely a benefit. And there, like we mentioned before, a difference in the term. And I want to speak a little bit to maybe some of the questions you raised, Commissioner Matsumoto, like what went into when we looked at this. So these numbers are based on modeling with our best available tool today to kind of understand and project into the future what the project may yield. This modeling also considers our current regulatory structure, which has changed since 2017. There's been updates to the biological opinions and the ITP for the State Water Project. It also considers the operational ITP that my department issued to the project, and it also considers term 23 in the draft water right permit. So those are some of the regulatory changes that have influenced the difference in these numbers. Another effort we went through as we were looking at all of this is trying to understand what will lead to the delivery of these numbers, and I'll get into that a little bit in some of the future slides. Next slide, please. So really it's water conveyance. Like that is what we recognize can be a real constraint in order to achieving this benefit. And so how we address this is ensuring we have the right kind of commitments and agreement in place to provide us the assurance of the state that this really can be achieved. And so for the areas that we've identified now that will be receiving water, we have various agreements that are going to be required because there's 3 main routes by which this water is going to be moved as we've envisioned it right now with the existing commitments. So in addition to, I'm sorry, I just want to step back for one moment. When sites envisioned this benefit, they decided to partner with the Refuge Water Supply Program, which is administered by the Bureau of Reclamation. That makes a lot of sense. This is an existing program. They have the conveyance agreements in place. They have the structure, the reporting. It provides us assurance that this can happen because Reclamation's already doing this. However, the benefit that was in the regulations and that they are trying to meet is not limited just to refuges within the Refuge Water Supply Program. You know, what we want to see is the delivery of water to whether it be state and federal refuges and wildlife areas, it could be private wetlands. We really want to see that enhancement of wetland habitat. And so through our back and forth in developing this draft contract, we also talked about delivery of water to the Upper Butte Basin Wildlife Area. This property is owned and managed by the department. It is not part of the Refuge Water Supply Program. They do have a unit on there that is consistently not receiving enough water. And so what we're going to be able to achieve through this contract is dependable water supply now to a North of Delta refuge, which from our perspective is, you know, a really good benefit for the state. And so that is going to be achieved through exchanges with Lake Oroville and the State Water Project to deliver water to a thermal after bay, which will then be picked up by one of 2 water districts locally, and then they will convey that directly to the Upper Butte Basin Wildlife Area. Another mechanism is to utilize the existing structure within the Refuge Water Supply Program to deliver water to other refuges in that program north of Delta, or use that program to deliver water to south of Delta refuges. But that will also require additional agreements with DWR for them to move water through the Delta, a wheeling agreement. It also requires for any water delivered to refuges within the Refuge Water Supply Program to have a donation agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation, and that's pretty the contractual mechanism that says we will accept this water from the Sites Project Authority and deliver it under these conditions. Also, what we had to consider in ensuring that this water could be moved is securing a certain guarantee of capacity in the conveyance facilities that the Sites Project is going to use. And the terminology they use is their base facilities capacity and their downstream facilities capacity. So they have agreements with their other member agencies about the percentage of these facilities that they can utilize. The state has that as well. And so we have within our contract terms that they will provide up to 17.3%. And we say up to because there'll be times where we don't need to utilize that capacity, and it can be utilized for other member agencies. But they do need to provide that to ensure that they're meeting the targets for water delivery in this draft contract. Next slide, please. So we recognize that given that the benefit is to provide water to wetland habitats, we need a process to deliver water to areas outside of what have already been identified. You know, we're trying to account for potential constraints that may occur over time. What if it's more difficult to move water south of Delta than we anticipate? What if there is some impact to infrastructure that we anticipate using right now? This gives us the ability to identify other areas that would benefit from these water deliveries and bring them into the program. And what we've done is we've set up criteria in the contract that sites would have to demonstrate they've met in order to provide us the assurance that we're going to meet that net benefit requirement in the statute and the regulations. And it gives the flexibility to deal with these changing conditions under adaptive management. Next slide. So I'm going to start walking through some of the terminology that we use in the contract. When we were considering how to structure this and what was under the project's control and not under their control, we started to put these in different bins. And so we have what we call our benefit implementation actions. These are required. These are fundamental actions the project must take to provide the benefit. And that's essentially delivering the water and providing that base and downstream facility capacity. We also what we call benefit implementation actions. These are also fundamental to achieving the benefit, but they're not fully within the control of the project. And these are all those agreements we talked about, the wheeling agreement, the donation agreement, the conveyance agreements. The project has the ability to go and negotiate those, but they require the willingness and participation of another partner. But it is still fundamental to achieve this. And when you put these two actions together, what we expect is this benefit environmental response. Now that response is not inside the project's control either. We can deliver water and we cannot see the habitat enhancement that we anticipate, but we are going to monitor and track it so that if we're not seeing what we anticipate, we can try to use that water in a different way. And that could be delivering it to another location. It could be delivering it another time of year at a different volume. To try to achieve that enhancement, which is really in the end the public benefit that the department is trying to secure through this draft contract. Next slide, please. The contract also has reporting requirements. Every year we will receive a report that will talk about what they delivered, their successes and challenges, let us know if any adaptive management actions were triggered. And then every 5 years, which is our adaptive management review cycle, we'll receive a more detailed report that will go into the specifics of evaluating the thresholds that we have in here, and a more detailed discussions of any potential adaptive management triggers and what may have led to that occurring. Next slide. So again, some of the terminology we use in here: performance thresholds and adaptive management triggers. Those are requirements out of the regulations for inclusion in our adaptive management plan, and using examples from the contract. So performance threshold is an expected metric to be achieved by the project as compared to baseline. And in the case of sites, for their project implementation actions, that would be a certain minimum cumulative delivery of water at certain years. So for example, in year 25 of the project, we would expect to have achieved a minimum of 280,000 acre feet of delivery. Now, the adaptive management trigger is where it's a value that's based on the performance threshold, and if it falls below that, then that triggers to us that we need to take a look at what's happening and maybe make a change in approach. And here, the trigger would be if the cumulative volume delivered is below that performance threshold for that specific year. Next slide. So now I want to take some time to walk you through the adaptive management decision-making process. And this is, like I said before, this is how we're going to account for uncertainty into the future. And it leads to the process if we're not getting the benefit that we hope, which is how we believe we can achieve this overall and enforce the terms of our contract. So we have our 5-year cycle under adaptive management. Say we don't hit a trigger, well, the project continues to operate as is specified. They continue to monitor as required. But what happens if we do hit an adaptive management trigger? Now, it could be we hit that trigger because there's extreme hydrology. We've had a 5-year drought. And within that, there's probably no way they can meet these volume deliveries that we have in here. Or there's the need for some sort of infrastructure repair, and they weren't able to divert what they anticipated for several years in a row. Now, if that occurs, it could lead to our meet and confer process, or it could be something that's very clear to everyone involved. The authority submits their adaptive management review report, they note what occurred, and they tell us how they plan to achieve the performance thresholds in the next 5-year cycle, and we just continue to move forward with our normal process. Now, another option could be that we start the meet and confer process, and this is where the decision-making body comes together, and that is comprised of the Department of Fish and Wildlife and members from the Site Project Authority, and we talk about what are the limiting factors that led to this. And we look at the suite of adaptive management actions that we've already agreed to that are in the contract and decide, would it be appropriate to implement one of these actions to get us back on track? Because that's really what we're trying to do, get back on track to meet those performance thresholds over time. Next step. So if we're in this meet and confer process and the trigger that's been hit is for a benefit or project implementation action, the volume delivering, the capacity facility, the agreements. So one pathway is that the project implements the adaptive management actions that we agreed to, and they continue to monitor. If we're in adaptive management, there's increased monitoring. Another possible outcome is that the decision-making body, we just can't come to agreement. We can't come to agreement on what the issue is. We can't come to agreement on what action to take to address it. And in that case, we have the ability to initiate our public benefit dispute process. Another possibility under this pathway is that the project doesn't implement the actions that we agreed to. Then we may also implement the public benefit dispute process. Next slide. So another pathway is if we hit an adaptive management trigger for the benefit environmental response. And this is a little bit different because we recognize, once again, the project has no control on whether or not we're seeing that level of wetland habitat enhancement that we anticipate. So if this occurs, so we hit it after one 5-year adaptive management trigger. It's the same pathway as we just described in the previous slide. Now, if this occurs again after a subsequent 5-year cycle, this is where we want to come together because it's been 10 years now and we're not hitting these performance thresholds. And this is where we want to look at this as a group and ask ourselves the question, do we need to modify this benefit? Do we need to modify our thresholds? Do we need to modify our adaptive management actions? So it gives us the ability to think more critically on what kind of pivot we may need to make that isn't specified in the contract right now. And in that case, we can process amendment and submit it to the commission for your acceptance. Another possible outcome could be is that the benefit isn't possible anymore. And if that were to occur, it's the same thing. We process an amendment and we submit to the California Water Commission. Next slide. But if we do start the public benefit dispute process, these are the only conditions by which CDFW may initiate this process. So it's where we disagree on appropriate adaptive management actions and a lack of action will result in an insufficient public ecosystem benefit. It's when the parties disagree on whether or not a benefit should be adjusted, or when the parties disagree on whether the benefit continues to be feasible, or if CDFW independently determines that the benefit is no longer occurring due to a failure by the project to conduct the adaptive management actions. So also for us to start this process, we need approval from our Deputy Director of the Ecosystem Conservation Division. And this gives us some executive oversight of this process. Next slide. So if we do initiate it, our goal is to find a solution that we can mutually agree to that may result either an amendment to the contract or the adaptive management plan. We will provide written notice to the project. We will state the issue. We will document alternatives that have been considered during our meet and confer process. We'll note any partial resolution that we've achieved. We'll identify any remaining unresolved issues and propose a solution to solve the issue. And the project needs to respond to us within 60 days. Next slide. At this time, we can conclude this by mutually agreeing on a solution, which may require an amendment to the contract. Or if we don't agree on a solution, this is where we may submit a finding of insufficient public benefit to this commission. Now, this will require approval from our director to take this next step. And if we do this, we will include all the documentation, explanation, and recommendation for compliance. And then the project may also provide information to the Water Commission as well to note, why they're unable to be in compliance. Next slide, please. And at that point, if the commission determines that the department's case is reasonable and that the project does have an obligation to continue to, meet the recommendations that we put forth, then the next step is that the department may initiate litigation. And if the court were to agree with the department, our remedy is specific performance. And what that is, it requires the authority to implement the contract, implement the project implementation actions, and to implement the adaptive management actions. And this is a remedy that was agreed to through our negotiations with the roundtable, because in the end, what the department is seeking is that public benefit. Any return of funds does not provide the benefit. We cannot utilize that. We cannot convey the water. We don't have the water right. What we want through this process, if it's deemed through all these steps that what we are trying to achieve is reasonable and achievable, is that benefit that we originally contracted for. And then that concludes our process under this contract.
Thank you. I think we'll complete all the presentations and then take questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Boyd. I'm with the California Department of Water
Let's
Resources.
take the microphone a little. There you go. That's great.
Today I'll be providing an overview of the draft contract for administration of public benefits for recreation and flood control. And then David Okita will present on the proposed emergency response benefit. Next slide. So we will be starting with the recreation benefit. Sites Reservoir would provide new opportunities for boating, fishing, swimming, and other surface water recreation supported by facilities for camping, hiking, picnicking, and sightseeing. The reservoir is expected to attract about 187,000 visitors each year. 3 main recreation areas are planned: the Stone Corral Recreation Area, the Peninsula Hills Recreation Area, and a day-use boat launch ramp. These areas may be built in phases based on user demand. Development would start with the Stone Corral Recreation Area and the boat ramp, with the remaining Peninsula Hills facilities added as visitation increases. Okay, next slide. The draft contract for DWR follows the same structure and approach used by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. It also aligns with the adaptive management plan and the meet and confer process, and the formatting has been kept as consistent as possible. Exhibit B of our contract describes the Recreation Adaptive Management Plan for the Sites Reservoir Project. It summarizes the planned recreation facilities, phase development, operation and maintenance responsibilities, monitoring requirements, performance thresholds and triggers, and the adaptive process used to guide future facility expansion and ensure long-term public recreation benefits in coordination with DWR. Our contracts are 75 years, and at this point in time, we've had no change from the original proposed benefit to what we are currently contracting for. Next slide. Recreation's performance thresholds describe the results the site's reservoir recreation facilities are expected to achieve once they are built and operating. These thresholds show the minimum level of performance needed for the project to deliver the intended public recreation benefits. If monitoring shows performance dropping below these thresholds, an adaptive management trigger is reached. This means that the project may not be meeting expectations. When this happens, the Sites Authority and DWR begin a structured review to identify what is causing the issue and to decide on reasonable, feasible actions to correct it. These actions could include adjusting schedules, improving outreach or programming, or addressing barriers that limit visitation. Performance triggers are reviewed every 5 years, providing regular check-ins to evaluate progress and make adjustments as needed to ensure the project continues to deliver its intended recreation benefits over time. Next slide. This project has 2 main performance thresholds. One is finishing construction of the day-use boat ramp in the Stone Corral Creek Recreation Area within 14 years of the contracts being established. And 2, achieving steady recreation use. That's that 187,000 users a year. Construction progress is tracked through major design, contracting, and implementation milestones. And then the recreation performance is measured by reaching an average of the 187 visitors per year, 187,000. This is evaluated using a 5-year running average, starting 6 years after both facilities are open and the reservoir operations have begun. So interim visitation goals at years 3 and 6 help track progress. The framework also recognizes that visitation may be low at first if facilities open before the reservoir operations begin. If construction or visitation thresholds are not met, the meet and confer process is used to identify the causes and determine appropriate adaptive management actions. Next slide. If construction milestones or visitation thresholds are not met, adaptive management actions may be taken. These actions may include reviewing outside factors that could be affecting construction progress or visitation, preparing and carrying out a plan to fix construction issues, and developing marketing or event strategies to increase public use. The authority may also survey visitors to identify and address barriers unrelated to facilities themselves. May need to change what type of recreation they're providing at their facilities. These steps help keep the project on track to meet its performance goals. Next slide. Now we will transition over to the flood control benefit. The Sites Reservoir Project will improve regional flood protection by capturing and controlling stormwater from Funks Creek and Stone Corral Creek in a new off-stream reservoir. By building saddle dams and dikes, the project will reduce the extent of downstream 1 in 100 chance floodplains and lower flood risk for the town of Maxwell and the surrounding agricultural areas. These flood reduction benefits will be supported by oversight from the California Department of Water Resources Division of Safety of Dams, DSOD, which ensures that the facilities are safely designed, built, and operated over the long term. Together, these measures improve public safety, protect property, and increase the region's resilience to future flooding. Next slide. Exhibit C of our contract summarizes how the site's reservoir project provides flood control benefits through a comprehensive flood management plan that provides flow regulation, ensures compliance with dam safety requirements, and supports coordinated operations to reduce downstream flood risks and improve regional resilience. Next slide. The flood control performance thresholds set the level of flood risk reduction expected once the key project implementation actions are completed and maintained. Adaptive management triggers identify when the monitoring shows that performance is falling below those expectations. If monitoring results fall below a threshold, an adaptive management trigger is activated. This signals that the flood control outcomes may be off track and requires the joint decision-making body to evaluate the issue and determine an appropriate response. Together, these thresholds and triggers help ensure the flood management operations remain effective, transparent, and responsive throughout the life of the project. Next slide. So the flood control performance thresholds ensure that the project's key flood management commitments are completed and maintained. Over time, these thresholds require the site's authority to develop, adopt, and implement a flood management plan within 6 years of the funding agreement, and to keep all project dams and related facilities in a condition judged safe and for continued use. So DSOD is the one that determines that, and we just sort of are piggybacking on it. Progress on the flood management plan is tracked through interim milestones and DSOD inspection results confirming ongoing facility safety. Together, these thresholds ensure that the project meets regulatory requirements, operates safely, and provides reliable long-term flood control benefits. Next slide. The adaptive management framework helps keep the site's reservoir project on track to deliver flood risk reduction benefits. It is triggered if the flood management plan is not adopted
the provisions of this CAPB will be incorporated into that contract so that the participants who will be providing the water for this emergency supply are bound by that contract to cooperate with sites. We also have a drought emergency response program that sites will implement, which is a mechanism to facilitate collaboration among sites participants to provide the water that would eventually be used for emergency supply. Next slide, please. So in terms of adaptive management, it's basically the same principles as the other public benefits. I won't go into the details of the mechanics, but we're looking for each of these emergency years that sites would provide at least 75% of this intermediate target volume. And if they don't, we trigger adaptive management, which are including tools like help suggesting that they manage the storage in the future to make more water available during these emergency years, and also to maybe recruit more participants to provide water in those years. We've also had a request from the participants to allow moving water from storage earlier in the droughts to local storage, but saving that water only to be used in emergency years. So we're looking into that, and you may see that in the final CAPB. Next slide. So again, if they don't meet these target volumes, either in the intermediate or the long term, it triggers adaptive management, where we have this very detailed process that others have gone through, that we will go through for this also. So I think that's the last slide. Is that the last slide? Yeah, so we're available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davis-Fadke, Ms. Boyd, and Mr. Okita. The draft CAPBs are on our website. I think I initialized wrong. But they're on our website as part of this presentation so that you can take a look at them. Is there any comment on this item?
Go ahead.
We do have a few comments on this item. We are experiencing a technical issue on Zoom. It's my understanding that we have audio, but the video is currently frozen, and we are working on getting it back.
So we would still be able to get their comments, we just won't be able to see them.
Correct.
All right. All right, so we have some public comment.
We do. First, we'll have an in-person comment from Mr. Ben King.
Yes. Regarding the public benefit for flooding, first of all, to say the flooding actually is good for wetlands. It does have some benefit. We have had some flooding around Maxwell, but that water otherwise goes and floods the seasonal wetlands. It's important for that. What I have not seen in the net benefit for the flooding benefit is, first of all, recognition of the risk of a drawdown and how the drawdown may actually impact, first of all, is there easement for that, but how it may impact the ability to evacuate, because the drawdown may lead to dam failures. So there are two unlicensed dams, inclusive Basin 1 at Maxwell Road, managed by Maxwell Irrigation District, and one, the Davis Weir Bladder Dam, which is south of the Colusa Refuge. If there was a drawdown, there needs to be operational coordination with that. I believe they're unlicensed because they are storing by 1,000, at least the Davis Weir is probably 1,000 and 2,000 acre feet. And the Maxwell is problematic because it's actually the access to I-5 for the Colusa Casino, where you may have 1,000 people who need to get across that. And actually, if you have drawdown across in Stone Corral at the South Part of Delvin Refuge, it could actually make that not passable. And then if you have a dam failure. The dam failure overall would be catastrophic to Maxwell and to the casino, Colusa, Castle Dehi, but also Colusa. There's about 20, 30 feet of inundation in the city of Colusa, and there needs to be coordination. So it's very, very low ability, but the expected benefit of flooding, if you outweigh the damage to life and property, may be negligible. The other part is that there is not a conveyance easement with the Bureau of Reclamation. The Bureau of Reclamation has no conveyance rights below Balsam Dam. the site's he's going to negotiate flowage agreements. So all the beneficial water is dependent on sites actually negotiating flowage agreements. We're working with RD 108 to get that water into the Sacramento River through the Knights Landing outflow gates. North of that, the USBR does not have any rights to actually convey sites water in the Colusa Basin drain. They've been very, in the negotiations with the authority, they've been very obtuse about that, but they don't have the rights. And actually, subject to the easements that were in place in 1920, all that water should flow down. And then finally, they talk about having the benefit of 11,000 acre feet. Well, the site, Funks Creek and Stone Corral probably averages about 20,000 acre feet per year. That's actually natural. It flows that down, and now they're transferring most of those benefits to the Butte Basin on the other side, and they're actually ignoring the 6 miles between Davis Weir and Funks Creek. We have giant garter snakes there and other protected species, and also it's a first part of about 4,000 or 5,000 acre wetland, seasonal wetlands easements with NRCS. So I think you're going to end up the same situation you had with the Yellow Bypass, how you impact those wetland easements. Thank you.
Mr. King.
Okay, and we do have a couple of folks on Zoom wishing to give public comment. We are still working on getting the video back at this time. First, we will go to David Linville. Mr. Linville, if you're there, please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, thank you. I had a question, actually. Is it okay to ask a question? Sorry, your audio is cutting out. We're having audio video issues all across the board, it would appear. So I had a question about for the CDFW person regarding the modeling that was used to attain that particular results. If it was the CalSim modeling too, or if it was a more updated contemporary version.
We used a recent version of CalSim 3.
A recent version of CalSim 3. Okay, perfect.
Correct.
Thank you for that.
Did you have any other questions? That's why you have interference, because I didn't turn my mic on. Mr. Lindell, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And next we will hear from Ellen Ware.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ellen Weir. I'm making comments today on behalf of Grassland Water District. We are a refuge contractor located south of the Delta in Merced County for the commissioner's benefit. And we include the ecosystems that would receive the public benefits from the sites project. We've long supported the delivery of refuge water under the WISIP program, and we would welcome the delivery on average of 22,600 acre feet of south of Delta refuge water as stated in the draft contract for administration of public benefit. However, we believe the draft CAPB as written is not yet in a condition to protect us as refuge beneficiaries because it would allow for a closed door, non-public process to change the location where the benefits would be provided and the total volume of water to be provided for wetlands. We have 3 comments and we'll also be submitting these in writing, but for the purposes of your discussion today, I'd like to review our 3 comments. First, on section 4.1.1.3 and the adaptive management plan, we strongly believe that any future changes in the volume or location of where the ecosystem benefits will be provided should require an amendment to the CAPB that is subject to public notice, comment, and a hearing before the California Water Commission. We don't think the current proposal to allow these changes with a CDFW only non-publicly noticed approval process meets the spirit of Proposition 1 or your regulations. And we don't think the criteria that are built into that process are strong enough to protect us. Our second comment is that we're confused by the drafted adaptive management plan monitoring method in section 2.1.2, which states that if water intended to be delivered south of the delta is instead delivered north of the delta, the quote value will be adjusted up so that 1 acre foot south of the delta, it would equal 1.5 acre feet north of the delta. We don't think this is intended to give preference to the site's JPA for north of delta wetland deliveries, but if that is the intent, it doesn't make sense to us. Water is more valuable south of the delta. It's harder to get there. And so the intent here really needs some clarification, and it reinforces the need for a public process if the location of the public benefits is to change in the future. Finally, there's several agreements referenced as exhibits to the CAPB that are important for us to understand how it will be implemented, but those agreements are not provided and are simply referred to as Exhibit X. Those include the exchange agreement with DWR for deliveries outside of the refuge water supply program, the donation agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation for refuge water, and the wheeling agreement with the Department of Water Resources. We're looking forward to working with you and to continue working with the site's JPA to support the project and resolve these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weir.
Next, we will hear from Regina Chiquizola.
Hello, I'm hoping that you can hear me. It is very weird on Zoom right now with the sound issues.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to comment a little. I missed a little bit of the discussion earlier, and I apologize because there was a water board meeting going on at the same time. But I just wanted to speak to the benefits. I feel like I've been involved in this process for a long time. I actually spoke out against the rewarding of early funding to the sites authority. And to me, it seems like the benefits keep changing. But the amount of money they're getting keeps going up, even though the benefits keep becoming less. The supply of water for the Yolo bypass, that was an important benefit, but now it is no longer a benefit. And I believe probably the reason why it's no longer a benefit is because the serious water quality issues that are going to be happening within the site's reservoir project. And these water quality issues are also going to impact things like the recreational benefits. I think we've all seen a typical reservoir where it has an inflow and outflow, it turns over a lot. That's not the case for this reservoir. There's a lot of times that the reservoir will not be full. There's a lot of times where it won't have a constant inflow of water. And so what we're going to see is this water become full of things like mercury, methyl mercury, toxic algae, extremely warm water. When these things happen, and believe me, I live on the Klamath River. When these things happen, you get very disgusting blooms of toxic algae that smell very bad, and no one's going to want to recreate within that, especially when you have situations where there are these colder water reservoirs that are constantly getting inflow and turning over nearby. So I really feel like the recreational benefit is way overblown. I feel like the Yolo bypass being taken out takes a lot of the benefits away. And I also think it's important to look at the trade-offs. The Sites Authority talk about this as if it's only a high flow project, but that's not how their water right application reads. They're actually planning to take water all the way into June and to start taking water in September out of the Sacramento River. These are times of the year where fish critically need water in the springtime and in the fall. And so we're looking at them really harming fisheries and releasing water into the Sacramento River that is full of things like mercury and toxic algae. And that is why they're going through the 401 certification process, which is a water quality permit. And I am aware of the studies that are done outside of the Sites Authority because I was involved with some of those studies on what we could see with mercury and methylmercury and toxic algae and the warming of water that's going to go into the river. So I feel like these benefits are way overblown. I feel like the water the Sites Authority are going to get is way less than we can expect. And I'm truthfully very sick as a member of the public that relies on fish in these rivers of seeing the goalposts completely change over and over again. It very much seems like a constantly changing baseline and a constantly changing benefit. And in the end, it seems like the public is what's getting harmed. I also agree with the comments of,
Ms. Chickasola, you need to wrap up your comments.
okay,
You're
well,
over
I
3
also agree with the comments of Ben King that we can't starve the wetlands and the riparian areas of flows in order to provide benefits somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chickasola.
And we do not have any other comments at this time.
Then I will close the public comment period. Thank you on this item. And I'll turn to commissioner discussion. Do we have any commissioner comments? Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yeah, I have a long list. You can guide me on what's okay in phase one. I think I would like to focus first on the ecosystem benefit parts, if that's okay. One of my first questions is just at this point with what's in the contract.
Yes.
We heard from Jerry Brown that there's some uncertainty related to what can be delivered under the contract. The assumption is that they're looking at sort of the diversion level, but not the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan impacts of what's being delivered. So it's correct that the quantities, which, as I mentioned before, look to be about a third of what was originally in the 2017 application volume, if you measured by volume, could be decreased further and then I guess when would we know that that is happening, and what's the mechanism to deal with that because that could lag significantly when we need to make funding decisions.
Just looking at the gross volume and not considering the details of north of Delta, south of Delta water year type, the volumes in here are about half. That's how I would characterize it, not a third. And like I said, those numbers do consider the project-specific diversion criteria in the water right, if draft water right permit. Between now and the final, when they achieve that, these numbers may change based what's in that final permit. I can let Jerry speak to that a little bit more, but let's just say, for example, if those numbers were to go down. From our perspective, we're looking at a net ecosystem improvement. So even if the project were to deliver, hypothetically, half of what's in this contract now, that's still an uplift to the system. We would still consider that a net ecosystem improvement. Now, I can't speak to the value of that water. I mean, that's outside of our purview, but a smaller delivery would still be an increase over what we have today.
Yeah, and I follow that, and I think the role of the commission is
Yeah.
is the valuation of the ecosystem
Yes.
benefit and the ratio of the ecosystem benefit relative to other benefits and
Yeah.
other costs related to the project. So I think that's a tough one to
Yeah.
reconcile, because it's uncertainty beyond the ability of the project proponent to control. And it remains a threat to the ability to deliver the public benefits, and it relates directly to the amount of dollars that the commission is supposed to be investing in the project. So obviously we can't solve that, but I think that's something that's on my mind as we're thinking about dollars out and how we manage that risk, because I think it remains a risk. I also had a question related just to the benefit delivery. It does, as one of the commenters said, depend on these agreements with reclamation and WR. Can you share an update on what the status of those agreements are?
There are draft agreements on the authority's website. I believe they were presented at the last board meeting, Jerry. So while they're not finalized, they will be finalized before the final draft. The drafts are out there for yourselves and members of the public to take a look at.
Great. And then my second area of questions is around governance, just generally.
Yes.
One question, so there's the three methods of delivery. So there's the Butte piece, then there's the north of Delta, south of Delta.
Yes.
Who and how are decisions being made, like which one of those is being used in a given year?
Right. So every year, sites will kind of put together a plan of what they think they're going to deliver. And there will be conversations between, ourselves, the authority, the Refuge Water Supply Program, DWR, to try to determine like what can be achieved, and then what the refuges need. We intend to utilize existing groups. So there's a currently, I'm going to forget the acronym, but it's a multi-agency group. It includes U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Reclamation, I believe Grasslands participates, a lot of the refuge managers participate, and they meet yearly under the Refuge Water Supply Program to talk about like what their needs are, where that water would best be served. And so we would use those existing multi-agency forums to get input on where best to utilize that water. And then also working with Reclamation, DWR, about what's really feasible to achieve as far as moving that water. And then that plan will be firmed, will be looked at on a monthly basis until a schedule is set for the year, and then that will be what is delivered.
Personally speaking, I would love to see that formalized and that an actual, rather than a consulting kind of role for that group, because that group does a lot of work, especially to address like when we're in a dry year, or just kind of real-time adaptive management of like what's the situation in the Klamath, like what are the needs in the valley, how can we balance it across the valley. All of those things are super important, and that context is really, if you're going to be making annual decisions, especially having that real-time information, that group is super valuable. So I would love to see them formally included in the decision-making and having a formal say in how those decisions are made, and then also integrated into the decision-making body. Because to me, there was a lot of ambiguity about who's in the decision-making body and how they would be, it's sort of like up in the air. And I think the group that you just mentioned, that group and/or the Central Valley Joint Venture, again, being formally involved in that would really would go a long way to kind of make sure that we're focused on the goals and including all the knowledge on the ground. And I similarly like that I also flagged that the north of Delta, south of Delta, like equation thing seemed counterintuitive to me a little bit. So I'll just flag that because I think Ellen covered it.
Would you like me to explain that? I can give you a little background. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to address your other comment. I agree the value of these interagency groups to help us determine. I mean, they are the experts. And I do want to speak to kind of the complexity of formalizing a decision-making body right now in this contract, because in the end, there will be constraints on, say, what DWR can exchange with the state water contractors, how much water they can hold in Oroville. And so there are certain constraints out there that will not be under the purview of this interagency group, that they can't inform themselves. So that was part of what we were considering when we were putting this together. We also, like I said, have the mechanism to include new wetland habitat here if, there's reasons why we can't achieve the deliveries, say, within the Refuge Water Supply Program. And so if we're utilizing that and bringing in new habitats, those also will be subject to what are the conveyance agreements needed to move that water, who are the players, who are the landowners involved, and that could also be outside of the purview of this existing working group. So that made it a little difficult to be really explicit about that in the contract while trying to allow for flexibility in the future and not knowing what groups and what participants would be involved. So I just wanted to communicate that. And so that split with the north of Delta and south of Delta. So SITES has modeled what they believe they can achieve. And we have looked at those numbers and we have fact-checked that against what we believe the need is. So we want to ensure there's definitely that need for that water being delivered. And as you know, water south of Delta is more valuable. And so the reason we have that conversion factor in there is, say they are not able to move all that water south, and So we're going to move some of that water north. Well, knowing that the water south is of greater volume, of greater value, knowing that it takes more water to deliver water south because you have to account for carriage losses in the delta, we are going to expect more water to be delivered north to kind of compensate. So it was a way to maintain some equity in their commitment, knowing that we may have to kind of shift where that water's delivered. That's why we have that ratio in there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for explaining. The other thing that's really hard, and I know it's sort of a detail that's maybe less in the context of this contract, but critically important is also timing. So like there's
Yes.
volumes here, but the timing of when these deliveries can happen, it feels like based on what I read in the contract that timing is not considered, and it's sort of at the convenience of what works for all the other people who are all the other participants in the project, but timing is critically important for ecosystems.
It is.
And so I just wonder, maybe share your thoughts on how we might be able to get some of the timing issues for the ecosystem built into this, because they seem to be very secondary or last in line relative to the other users that are in the project.
I wouldn't say they're secondary. In our process of putting this together, it's what we determine is complex, and it changes depending on what region you're talking about. So the Upper Butte Basin Wildlife Area, like we have a monthly schedule, and we looked at the modeling to see like, can they meet these targets? Are they able to, or is the water going to be available in some months and not others? And what we saw is what sites model they can achieve does align with what's needed. Now, they may not be able to deliver that water in every month, but they can get there in months when it's needed within the volumes that are required. South of Delta, they pull their water there and then they split it between state, federal, and private. And once again, the needs are going to vary. It can be determined by conveyance constraints. They move water amongst themselves to try to meet individual needs. And because of that level of complexity and because it changes all the time, it was so difficult to try to lay out a schedule to put in a long-term contract because of those considerations. But going into this is all that due diligence we did leading up to this was looking at those delivery patterns by month, by season, by water year type to ascertain, could the project reasonably provide this water on a regular basis when and where it's needed? And you're right, you're not going to see that in this construct because we don't want to confine it to where it doesn't meet the needs of the refuges because they can be so variable. And we are trusting that through process and as an administering agency that has a vested interest in seeing this achievement, that we will find a way to ensure that that's achieved.
I'll come back to you then. All right. Commissioner Solorio?
Thank you. A few things. One, excellent presentation. I appreciated the clarity of your presentation and everything, and it was very, very beneficial to me and hopefully others. First, I know we often get this question that we keep changing the goalposts, the project change the goalposts. They often do it just because of changing information. Often by state agencies that provide input or public organizations, nonprofits, elected officials. So that's how I understand a lot of these things come to be, and that's what we do. Updates from time to time so we can see how things are going, but we want to make sure that for the money that we consider sharing with these applicants that there's an appropriate amount of public benefit back. Regarding wetlands as well as emergency response waters and essentially opportunities to take that out of that immediate region, I think that's excellent. And to some extent, I think that sometimes happens, but I think rarely does it happen when it's like an earmarked amount for those things, or for example, beyond, let's say, 10-mile radius. Do you know, just based off your role and position in the state for you and the others, how many other situations are like that where it is allowed to, for example, go beyond 5-mile radius of where the water is at, or that it's an earmarked amount. I think very often,
Yeah.
emergency response water, for example, it's, we have reservoirs and the water could be used for, for drinking, for recycling, or for emergency response, but rarely is it X percentage.
Yeah. So what we've done here is we've identified areas that sites has demonstrated that they can deliver water to. So they have to deliver it to the boundary of the refuge or the wildlife area. And that's where it gets utilized. These areas can be very large. They can have different units. So, it'll stay within that property. And then, like I also talked about, we've identified the potential for additional wetland area. And, part of the criteria will be, is there a need? Are they going to demonstrate this water is above and beyond what's already being used? How will they use it to benefit aquatic and terrestrial species? And then we will continue to monitor it. We'll lay out the terms of that and expectation that it will be going to that area. It can be a large area, and water may be concentrated in one section of that property, and that could change based on the need. And we would leave it to the discretion of the manager of that larger area as to how best to use that water with those
So
boundaries.
as I understand, for example, for this project, the boundaries may be, kind of around the reservoir, but I'm kind of hearing that there may be opportunity, that there may be a struggling wetlands because of fire or something in Southern California. Is that considered outside the boundaries, but also eligible, or are we just talking really about a closer?
So what we've identified here are existing federal refuges and state wildlife areas that, are not connected to sites. So they're outside the area, and they are south of Delta and they are north of Delta. And then in the future, there could be additional areas elsewhere in the state that, are not specified here, that are not.
That could be considered.
That could be considered.
Well, I think that section ties really much into some presentations we had that staff did regarding, or that maybe some of you did, regarding, climate change and how often we have, I consider animal people, animals that suffer greatly during periods of high drought. And so us identifying areas like that can benefit from this water, I think this is fantastic. And I know often, these projects get criticized, but they may not give as much water, whatever. I think the most often case when that might not happen is if there isn't the water there, right? Yeah. But if it's there, I'm hopeful that all the project applicants will make, every effort to provide the water for the public benefit as a high priority, because, the environment is number one. If we don't have a strong environment, none of us are here. So I'm very much for that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gallagher?
Yeah. I'm just so impressed, first of all, just hearing all of this adaptive management and just how thoughtful this whole process was to use the smallest amount of water to do the greatest amount of good for the environment. And that it blows me away just how all of these wielding agreements work so that you can work on all different parts of the state wherever that water is needed. And I think a lot of that comes out of the 2022 drought and just seeing one area completely suffer, and having that flexibility and those tools. It's just inspiring to me just how much work that took to be able to come up with these agreements to figure out where to put the water where it's most needed. And I see this in your plan. The question I have that I didn't completely understand was on slide number 7, when you were talking about as you're talking about these 3 routes for moving water to the different places so that it could be on the east side of the valley, of the northern valley, or the west side, or even, in the south. Yeah. You talked about there's that 17.3% base facilities capacity.
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. And Jerry, please feel free to jump in if I get it wrong. So my understanding is the base facility capacity is essentially like our kind of storage allocation. So it's the percentage of the reservoir, what I think sites thinks of as like the state account, and they will manage that. Water will come in, and then they will deliver water, and they'll try to maximize kind of the filling and the drawdown of that 17.3% to achieve the greatest deliveries. Like we're guaranteed that 17.3%. And then there's the downstream capacity. So not every site's participant needs to move their water south, but if those do, we need to share the Dunnigan pipeline. we need to share the capacity in part of the Calusa Basin drain. So that 17.3% is our percentage of whatever capacity is there to move our water along with their other member agencies' water south to say get that water to the south of Delta refuges.
Okay, so it's just a way of ensuring space in the system, basically.
Exactly.
So that water can be transported. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. And then my second follow-up, you talked about the roundtable with all of the different groups beginning.
Yes.
So this dispute process, is it the same as Harvest Water's
Correct.
dispute process? Okay.
Exactly the
That's great.
same.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Mackler?
Thank you. Really good really good presentations. There's a piece of Velcro here that caught me. That's why I said out.
It's dangerous over there.
It is. And it was great to actually have the three of you present because you get kind of the sense of the the architecture and some things that are similar. And, maybe I just frame it that, look, this is taxpayer money is going to fund a project that otherwise we would expect ratepayers to fund, because there are important co-benefits, and that's what these agreements are securing. And whether or not it's direct species, environmental benefit, whether or not it's flood control, whether or not it's, emergency response benefits. So these are all important co-benefits. Taxpayers are securing that. They're also providing money that helps to underwrite this thing that ratepayers would otherwise pay for. So then, in going through it, I appreciate the diagrams that you put up, Ms. Fatke, and some of the discussions, that were otherwise had by the other presenters. And, the question to me is, okay, what's the remedy? And who's responsible for the remedy? Yeah. And it goes back to, you articulated that, hey, there's really no other remedy but specific performance, but ultimately, specific performance in this instance is going to be either somebody is going to get a lesser allocation of water, or they're going to have to make some sort of capital investment in order to secure that benefit. Yeah. So it is ultimately about money, not necessarily coming back, to us as sort of a refund on monies that we have provided, but in order to, fulfill the obligations that are under the contract. That's why you said specific performance. So the question that I had is, fine that it comes back to us, but we're really sort of a cog in the process. Ultimately, somebody's got to pay for this, and it's not us. Right, we spent the money, the taxpayer spent the money, but we didn't get the benefit. And so we're looking at enforcing that benefit. And so the question that I had is, is this something, and you look at the site's, authority, whatever the entity is. They're a special purpose entity. They're not, I don't think Mr. Brown is going to create a big reserve. They're not paying dividends to people, right? So then it's the question of the other participants, the 22 off-takers, reclamation. And it was interesting to me that Mr. Okita, you had on your slide this benefits and obligations contracts where you are, you're essentially getting, maybe as a form of surety or, an acknowledgement by the 22 off-takers that they are going to observe the obligations and essentially, in other words, underwrite them so that they're going to be in agreement that whatever needed to be done in order to, to provide the 34,800 acre feet, that if the Joint Powers Authority wasn't able to do it, that it would be an obligation of the 22 in some way.
I guess the way that I would characterize it is that the benefit and obligations agreement is between sites and the participants.
Okay.
So the obligation to fulfill the CAPB is sites, but the benefit and obligations agreement, when they incorporate the provisions of the drought part of it, is going to bind the participants and sites to jointly cooperate to achieve the benefits.
So does the Water Commission, if it's coming back to us and we say, look, we haven't gotten this important co-benefit, do I have third-party beneficiary rights to enforce those agreements, if sites is not enforcing them with their off-takers?
I think that's a legal
Well,
question.
Okay, and just before you answer, Counselor, do you have a similar requirement in your agreements, Ms. Fatke? So that do we have the 22 off-takers and potentially reclamation standing behind the obligations that are being made by sites to us in order for us to provide taxpayer money to build this project?
The way I understand it is that the participants, including reclamation, they understand the commitments that the authority is making. And as they look at what they're going to be provided under the project, it is already considering meeting these obligations. And so when they sign that B&O contract themselves, they go in it with the awareness that the project has this obligation, which then influences what they will secure from the project. So that's where kind of, I guess, the agreement
Yeah,
is. But we don't call out anything explicitly around the
Okay.
B&O contracts here in our draft cap. And it may be they do for emergency response because there's a more active role for the participants in that benefit.
Right, but from a, so for instance, so I'm the off-taker, right? I'm one of the 22 off-takers, and I'm the one that, you know, we've pledged my agreements like we talked about in the last colloquy. We pledged those agreements. This is the source of money for the operation of the project going forward. It's also the source of money to amortize the debt, right? And so we find that we are not performing under these important co-benefit agreements that was the basis under which we decided to provide the money. Okay, so can, you know, essentially the 22 participants maybe get less of a service until our obligations are fulfilled, that sites cures, or would they have the ability to say, hey, I'm not getting the benefit of this service, I'm going to stop funding?
I don't know if that's a better question for Jerry to address. But the way this is structured and what the expectation is that sites will deliver what they can achieve given that 17.3 base facility capacity. So if conditions in the future, say climate change, severe drought, a regulatory shift that's far more restrictive, reduces the yield of the project, then everyone receives a reduction. But our reduction is commensurate with the 17.3% base facility. So there's like an equitable distribution of reduction across the participants.
Okay, but, and I appreciate that answer, and I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's just the question that I have is that we're sort of bound temporally. We're going to provide money. Then there's going to be this long tail of performance.
Yeah.
Okay? We don't expect the money to come back to us, as you mentioned before. Like, what would we do with the money? You know, it's taxpayer money. Maybe it goes back to the general fund. I have no idea. But in terms of enforcing, these were important agreements. That this was the basis under which the taxpayer said we're funding, and they're not being performed. Yet the beneficiaries of the project are, these groups representing the ratepayers. Are they standing behind ultimately the question is, are those ratepayer groups standing behind the performance of the obligations that led us into funding it? And that, it sounds like in the case of, the emergency response benefit, that there is a clear, there's a clear tie.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know in the case of flood benefit, maybe is the tie is not quite as tight, and then in your case, it sounds quite amorphous. I mean, not amorphous, but I mean it's.
I think that's represented kind of in the governance structure, and Jerry may be able to better speak to that, but this is a contract that the Sites Project Authority is signing. They are ultimately responsible, and then they have their contractual mechanisms with their participants, and that's the tie.
Well, and then that's the question, because ultimately, when you look at a remedy, you say, okay, who's going to perform it? Do they have the capacity to perform it?
Yeah.
Right? And right now, I mean, sites going forward is just going to be those 22 people, 22 entities. It's not us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Okay.
Before I come back to you, Commissioner Matsumoto, Commissioner Hurt, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I dove into my question so fast. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this because I know it's been painstaking and a multi-year process and very complex, and trying to address a whole bunch of things that we don't even know about yet. So, I appreciate that. I noticed in the contract, there's also this reference to the environmental water manager pilot, and I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about what that is and how it would be used.
Sure. The authority has expressed interest in potentially developing a pilot project to see if there's an ability for an environmental water manager to manage that 17.3%, to provide a variety of different ecosystem benefits. So it's something that we did not have the ability to really kind of run to ground on how that might work and still meet the requirements of the WISP regulations in Prop 1. So what we did is we included it under adaptive management as something that could be developed in the future. And you'll see we have all these requirements to ensure that whatever is developed meets the requirements within the regulations in Prop 1. So it was our way of leaving that door open if we can figure out a way that it would work and provide a benefit and meet the requirements.
Great. And I definitely like the concept, and for me, it kind of ties back to just the governance and just who's involved in decision-making and guiding those types of decisions. And again, I think that some form of, joint venture, the refuge managers, these standing groups could be really beneficial to that. Related to that is just my question of what is our role kind of going forward? And I know you mentioned there was a particular spot in the dispute resolution, before CDFW went to litigation, but that seems kind of far down the line where we hope to get.
Yeah.
And this is a great venue for public, getting public comment and having transparency. So I just wonder if there were other parts, other steps in the process before getting to litigation that the commission would be involved.
So the commission will be receiving the reporting, just like we will. And so I'd imagine that is a checkpoint on an annual basis where these conversations can be had in a public space on what the project's achieving, if there's been any challenges, if we're in adaptive management. If we modify the contract, that will also come to the commission. And so that's also where there could be a public process of discussing what that amendment is, having that deliberation, having that input from the project. Then again, like you mentioned, in the dispute process, if we believe that the project hasn't met their obligations and we can't find any mutual solution, we come here. This is where you have the ability to weigh all these circumstances. And, is it valid that costs have escalated to a point where it's infeasible to make these modifications? You have the ability to just weigh all of that and determine, should we move forward with this? Do you agree with the department that there's a solid case that these obligations continue to be, should be enforced?
And then just quickly, CDFW has a lot of ongoing obligation under this contract.
Yes, we do.
And I wondered how the costs of CDFW are being covered.
Right now, we are funded through a reimbursable agreement with the Water Commission to fund our time. But long-term funding is a question that needs to be answered.
Okay, and so basically it's the public, so in that way, the public is covering some O&M costs and on the administrative side.
I mean, that is a way to think about it.
Great. And my last question actually is for Mr. Okita. It looked like, when you talked about the emergency water, I'm like, ooh, who gets it, right? That's the big question. And it looked like, if I'm looking at the contract correctly, it would be M&I participants in the project.
Correct.
So it's limited to those folks. I wondered who they are, and then what happens if other people downstream of sites need that water, and who's deciding where that goes?
So the people who will get the emergency supply from sites are the M&I participants in sites. All but one are located south of the Delta. American Canyon is the only one that's north. So the way this thing works is that those participants who have storage rights to sites will, in these emergency years, will deliver that water to their service areas. And once it's delivered, it's counted. So if they want to make some deals after it gets to them to give to somebody else who needs it, that's okay, as long as it's being delivered in that year to their service area. But we suspect that they would want to use it in their service area because, you know, they're investing a lot of money into the project.
Well, thank you. That was a really good presentation, very complicated. The work that went into it is obvious, and so we appreciate everyone's time and effort that's been done here to get us to this point. I think we're taking our lunch break now, and much as I'd like to make it 30 minutes, it's going to be 45 minutes, so I'm not going to get any looks. And we will resume then 45 minutes from 12:54.
dusty boots on a gravel road. The sun dips low, whispers untold, a slingshot tucked in a pocket, torn, faith like a child, weathered. Oh, faith like a child, unafraid to dream, trust in the river, the sky, the unseen. No need for answers, no need for proof, just a heart that believes, simple and true. The sparrows fly through the morning haze, unmeasured steps, uncounted days, a treasure buried where the wildflowers grow, faith like a child, it's all I know. No maps, no plans, no heavy load, just a song to sing, a hand to hold. Oh, faith like a child, unafraid to dream, trust in the river, the sky, the unseen. No need for answers, no need for proof, just a heart that believes, simple and true. What do we gain when we trade it away? The wonder, the laughter, the trust of the day. The world may be wild, the path may be wild, but give me the faith of a child.
Sites Reservoir is a proposed off-stream reservoir in Northern California that will increase the state's water storage capacity, improve water supply reliability, and enhance ecosystem benefits.
shadows faded, nearly gone. The earth is thirsty, cracks in its smile. We've been walking this road a mile by mile. We need a little water, just a little rain, to wash away the dust, to heal the pain. A drop, a splash, Water brings life, refreshing and free.
I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we are going to return to our item of the video, which we are all set to show. So, Mr. Brown, if you want to introduce it, or we can just go ahead and run it then.
Sites Reservoir is a proposed off-stream reservoir in Northern California that will increase the state's water storage capacity, improve water supply reliability, and enhance ecosystem benefits. Located in the Sacramento Valley, west of the town of Maxwell, the reservoir is designed to store water diverted from the Sacramento River during high flow periods for use in dry years. Sites Reservoir would stretch 13 miles from north to south and 4 miles from east to west. When full, the reservoir would be around 260 feet deep from surface to floor at its lowest point. The reservoir can hold up to 1.5 million acre-feet of water, enough to serve 7.5 million people with water for an entire year. Once constructed, it will be the 8th largest reservoir in California. Water in Sites Reservoir would come from 2 general sources, the Sacramento River and local creeks. Water from the Sacramento River is diverted at the existing Red Bluff pumping plant, owned by the United States Bureau of Reclamation and operated by the Tehama-Colusa Canal Authority, and at the existing Hamilton City Pump Station, owned and operated by the Glen-Colusa Irrigation District. Water diverted at the Red Bluff pumping plant through its existing state-of-the-art fish screen will enter the existing Tehama-Colusa Canal and be conveyed down to the existing Funks Reservoir. From there, the Sites Project Authority would pump the water up into the new Sites Reservoir through a series of new pipelines and tunnels. Similarly, after water is diverted at the Hamilton City Pump Station through its existing state-of-the-art fish screen, it enters the existing Glen-Colusa Irrigation District's main canal and will be conveyed down to the new terminal regulating reservoir. The authority would then pump this water up into Sites Reservoir through a new series of pipelines and tunnels. Building Sites Reservoir in the proposed location allows the project to use existing infrastructure that lowers the cost and overall environmental impact of the project. Red Bluff Pumping Plant, Tehama-Colusa Canal, Funks Reservoir, Hamilton City Pump Station, and Glen-Colusa Irrigation District's main canal are all existing facilities owned by Sites partners that are critical to the operation of Sites Reservoir. Of the 180 miles of conveyance infrastructure used by Sites Reservoir, about 15 miles is new. All other conveyance is existing. The only new conveyance infrastructure envisioned includes the pipelines connecting the reservoir and its 2 pumping plants, and the 4 miles of 10-foot diameter pipeline, Dunnigan Pipeline, to convey water back to the Sacramento River between the Tehama-Colusa Canal and the Colusa Basin Drain. The Colusa Basin Drain helps transport water from sites to the Delta, using the existing Knights Landing outfall gates to release water into the lower Sacramento River, continuing toward the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. This route is how project partners, including state and federal agencies, will convey their water back to the Sacramento River for use both north and south of the Delta. Sites Reservoir will provide statewide ecosystem benefits through water exchanges. An exchange involves one party transferring water to another with a commitment to return a like amount of water at a later date and/or at a different location. These exchanges will allow sites to deliver ecosystem water in locations where sites would not otherwise be able to get water to. These exchanges allow dedicated environmental water to reach key habitats without constructing new conveyance. For north of Delta deliveries to the west side of Sac Valley, sites will provide sites water to Glen-Colusa Irrigation District, and GCID will deliver water to the Sacramento, Delavan, and Colusa Wildlife Refuges. For north of Delta deliveries to the east side of the Sac Valley, sites will provide sites water to the Department of Water Resources. In exchange, DWR will release an equivalent amount of state water project water from Lake Oroville to Richvale Irrigation District and Western Canal Water District. These districts will then convey that water to the Upper Butte Basin Wildlife Area, which is located in both districts. To move water to south of the Delta wetland habitats, sites will release water into the Tehama-Colusa Canal, where it flows south to the Dunnigan Pipeline and is released into the Colusa Basin Drain. This water then flows into the Sacramento River and moves through the Delta. From there, it's pumped at the existing Banks pumping plant into the existing California aqueduct for delivery to south of Delta wildlife refuges. The site's water then flows down the California aqueduct and is delivered to wildlife refuges through existing conveyance facilities in the same manner that these refuges receive all of their water supplies. This final step occurs under the authority's donation agreement with Reclamation. The authority also holds agreements with the various conveyance facility owners to support the conveyance of site's water to refuges north and south of the Delta. Site's reservoir's benefits don't stop at the state and federal level. Locally, the project provides regional flood control benefits for the communities that neighbor the reservoir. The town of Maxwell and its surrounding areas in Colusa County have historically been vulnerable to flood events from Funks Creek, Stone Corral Creek, and other ephemeral streams that flow through the area. Site's reservoir provides incidental flood storage by capturing flows from these creeks and streams during major storm events, reducing the risk of flooding for the town of Maxwell and surrounding farmland. To ensure these flood control benefits are delivered effectively, the site's project authority will develop, adopt, and implement a comprehensive flood management plan. The plan will include detailed watershed analysis, real-time data collection, hydrologic forecasting, and specific instructions for operating during flood conditions. The plan will be reviewed every 5 years to incorporate new technologies and lessons learned. Site's reservoir will also provide several public benefits both locally and statewide. The authority is collaborating with a broad group of local stakeholders to plan and design recreation opportunities. Planned recreation areas along the reservoir shoreline could support activities such as hiking, fishing, camping, boating, and mountain biking. The Stone Corral Recreation Area would be located along the reservoir's eastern shoreline, near Stone Corral Creek. The day-use boat ramp recreation area would be on the west side of the reservoir. A third recreation area, the Peninsula Hills Recreation Area, part of a later development, would be located along the reservoir's western shoreline. Site's reservoir isn't just designed for when there's too much water. It's also designed for when there's not enough. During a declared drought emergency, stored water can be released from Site's reservoir to provide a critical new water supply when communities need it most. This is known as emergency drought supply. Through agreements with the California Department of Water Resources and other project partners, the project is proposing to deliver up to 35,000 acre-feet of water during drought emergency years. The actual amount of water delivered and the recipients will depend on the nature of the emergency, but any Site's participant providing urban water supplies in the state of California under a declared drought emergency can benefit from this water. A key aspect of Site's ability to deliver during droughts is the unique contractual mechanisms that will exist between participants that will facilitate the seamless transfer of Site's water from one part of the state where drought emergency is not occurring to another part of the state where an emergency condition exists. Site's reservoir is more than a water storage project. It's a multi-benefit investment in California's future. From increasing water supply reliability and delivering dedicated environmental water to providing local flood protection, public recreation, and drought resilience for communities across the state, Site's reservoir is designed to meet the challenges of tomorrow.
Well, thank you. That was a very good video. I think it explains the project and explains some of the objections we've heard also, so that we appreciate having the opportunity to see it. And we know that they also provided other videos, including from some of your partners, which are on our website and are available for anybody who wants to take a look at them. We're now going to move on to agenda item 11. Water storage
Chair
investment.
Steiner, we need to pause for public comment and commissioner
Oh,
comment.
I'm
on
sorry,
the-
I forgot that. I forgot for the video that we needed to do that. I was thinking, yeah, I'll just keep going. So, Mr. King, did you have a public comment?
Just wanted to clarify a few of the representations there. First, regarding the recreational sites, recreational benefits, During the site's proceedings, on-site proceeding at sites, there were several members there was actually at the town of sites, there were several members of the indigenous nations, the Putwin people and then the Salpomo people. And Quetzaldehi in particular said they are opposed to the recreational areas. They look at it as offense to their people who are buried in the site and the relics of it. So there is opposition for the public benefit. I can see, personally see the public benefit, but I want you to know that the Putwin tribe, Special Quetzaldehi, was against that. Secondly, just to elaborate on the conveyance rights, Glen Clusa does not have the right to transport irrigation water. They have a right to drainage. My grandfather gave an easement across our property on the condition that just limited for drainage rights and not for transport irrigation water or for stored water. This would be not even Sacramento River water, it's stored water. Also the condition not to obstruct the flows. And Glen Clusa in 2010 put in this bladder dam and obstructs flows. So we would intend to actually challenge that when sites, if sites is built, which I hope it is, that they will not be able to convey the North of Delta benefits to Clusa Refuge because they don't have the right. Sites water it would not be moot. It'd be proactive, and we will challenge that. And then what it didn't represent too is how the water backs up from the Bird Creek pipeline. It backs up about 13 miles into Clusa County to Balsam Dam, which is just north of the town of College City. And that Regina online was talking about the water quality issues. It's very flat there. That's with methylmercury, the water temperature issues, and also the harmful algae bloom could be because the water just backs up. And in the draft opinion, they talk about the ponding effect of that. And that is not a federal facility, it's a partner facility, which is detailed in the negotiations of the Bureau. And the sites does not have rights to convey right now. They're going to negotiate flowage agreements for that. So you're going to be funding an agreement where they don't have right for either the North of Delta benefit for Clusa Refuge or the ability to convey it to the Knights Landing because they actually have to negotiate the flowing agreements. And there is a possibility you could have some type of injunction at that point from landowners or from environmental concerns for water quality or for property rights because it will likely cause flooding and also harmful algae could actually get into the conveyance for rice production. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Do we have any other public comment?
We do have a couple of public comments via Zoom. First, we will hear again from Regina Chiquizola.
Hi, this is Regina Chiquizola, and I'm so glad I can actually see now again because the timer is very helpful when you're online. I did get cut off earlier, but this is better. The rest of what I said is better for now anyway. Sites has gotten over $1 billion of public funding from this program. I voted for Proposition 1. I did have an understanding that there would be groundwater investments as far as storage goes, and there were a lot of projects that had a lot of benefits that could use this money. I think that we need to really look hard at this project and what we're getting out of it. The other people who are investing, the partners that are investing in this project, they get hard water out of the project. They get a percentage of the reservoir, they get to be part of the governance of the project, and they have real benefits that we could be shown. As we've seen over and over again, the benefits that sites saying that they'll have for the environment and the public keep being less and less. Like we said with the water quality issues, who's going to recreate in a highly polluted reservoir that's not filled a lot of the time? What does it mean for the people recreating on the Sacramento River? What does it mean for the fish and wildlife? What does it mean for the wetlands, for the public lands? The impact of building sites is going to take away so many public benefits on the Sacramento River and for the nearby area. And it really is going to harm the tribes in the area. I think the consultation that sites claims that they have, the environmental benefits they claim they have, the amount of water they claim they have, it's all been so overblown. And I have also engaged in the water rights process. So I know that's true. I also have engaged in looking at the water quality. I've looked at the diversions. And I just think that putting more and more money behind this without knowing we're getting anything out of it is irresponsible, especially that we don't have hard numbers of water that's going to benefit the public, and we don't have hard backstops that are going to show that the impact is not going to outweigh any benefits. So I'm asking the commission to really heavily consider whether or not there's not better places to put this money. Sites has gotten the majority of this funding so far, and they haven't shown much that they're going to divert a whole lot of water to Southern California out of the Sacramento River, and that they could really be harming local people, local tribes, local salmon, local people, and taking tons of money that they're not showing us that is actually going to benefit us. So that's what I think, if it matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chicky-Sola.
And next we will hear from somebody who is calling in. So area code 310. Please go ahead and make your comment.
Area code 310, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My comment is about the sites reservoir. My name is Wes Strong. I live in Southern California. And I don't like that this project public funding is kind of like a bait and switch, because this is setting a precedent for projects to lowball in initial costs and then keep rising the price, keep adjusting the price to now how many estimated to be billions of dollars with the Delta Tunnel as a source for this site's project water. And I just want to support more local projects in Southern California and not take any more water from environmental justice communities elsewhere, because we've been doing that for a long time. And use this money to invest in local projects throughout the state that actually generates sustainable water sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westrom.
Next, we will hear from Lane Peugeot. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to confirm this is item 11, right?
No, it is not.
Okay, on the bottom of your screen, it says item 11. So I'll wait until item 11. Thank you.
All right, sorry for the confusion. We had some technical difficulties and we showed the video from an earlier item.
And at this time, we do not have any other raised hands on Zoom.
All right, then I'll close the public comment. Do any commissioners have any comments on the video that we just saw? All right, then now we will move to item 11, the Water Storage Investment Program Sites Project Consideration of Supplemental Funding Determination. Water Storage Investment Program Manager Amy Young will provide information related to the supplemental funding determination for the sites project.
Okay, thank you. All right, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so in this item, we'll be talking about the request for the supplemental funding determination, go over some background on the site's project, changes to the project and project status, staff analysis and recommendation, and commission's decision options. Next slide. So starting with some background, the sites project received a maximum conditional eligibility determination, or MCED, in 2018 for ecosystem, flood reduction, and recreation public benefits. More recently, the sites project authority worked with DWR, as we heard earlier, to add an emergency response benefit to the public benefit contract. The authority then submitted a request for consideration of a supplemental funding determination to include that new public benefit, as well as any inflationary increases to the current conditional amount. Next slide. So inflation has increased for the water storage investment program projects, which also increases the value of the public benefits. And because of other projects withdrawing from the program, the water storage program has uncommitted funds that exceed the amount of funding that has been awarded or set aside in conditional funding. With the recent modifications to the regulations, the Commission can make supplemental funding determinations utilizing the uncommitted funding that is available. Supplemental funding determinations can be made for increases due to inflation and/or new public benefits on a case-by-case basis. For projects that have not yet received final funding, so in this case, the sites project, any new public benefits must be included in the draft public benefit contracts. Next slide. Okay. So on the screen, you can see some information for the project. The current MCED is just under 1.1 billion, and the early funding, which is a portion of that overall amount, is 54.7 million. So far, the project, and some of this is a little bit of a repetition of what we've heard earlier, but so far the project has completed 30% design. The environmental documentation has been completed. Permits and agreements that are required to begin construction are in progress. Some major permits have already been obtained. As we heard earlier, like the incidental take permit, Section 106 programmatic agreement, the construction biological opinion, and others, as we know, are expected to be completed by the end of this year, like the water right and the Clean Water Act permits. The public benefit contracts are anticipated to be completed by the end of this year, and the non-public benefit contracts also by the end of this year. And the last 4 bullets on this slide, everything starting with environmental documents, all of those are items that are required through our program to be complete before we can award actual funding. Next slide. So let's talk about inflation increases in water unit values. The Water Storage Investment Program regulations required projects originally to provide their cost estimates in 2015 dollars. Using the Bureau of Reclamation's Construction Cost Index and taking that from 2015 up until just recently in April, there has been an increase in inflation of 66.7%. The program's technical reference, which was developed with the regulations, includes universal water values based on water year types. And we had adjusted the values based on recent drought information when the Commission made the final award for the Harvest Water Program. So now we have since updated those numbers with the newest inflation, and these unit values only apply for benefits that are based on a water value. So that's like the ecosystem benefits and the emergency response. So we take these updated values and then calculate the benefit value with these new cost indexes and these new unit values when we're making these new calculations. Okay. So we've heard from DWR earlier about the addition of the emergency response benefit for the sites project and that it's been incorporated into the draft public benefit contract. As we all know now, this water will be provided during drought emergencies in critical year types. And the Commission's economists have calculated the value of that benefit over the 35-year period for a total of just under $200 million. Next slide. And DWR also talked about the flood benefit for this project, which occurs in Colusa County near the town of Maxwell. And the recreation benefits that will include the recreation areas that we saw on the video. And so overall, there have been no changes to the physical benefits for these two benefits since the MCED was made, other than the amount of time that we are calculating the benefit to occur over. Originally, benefits, early in the process, they were monetized based on a general project life of almost 100 years. So DWR and the authority have decided on a contract term of 75 years, and so that's less than 100. So that affects the value and reduces it slightly. But again, with the addition of the inflation, that value then ends up increasing. On the slide, you can see the values of the two benefits brought up to April 2026 values for that 75-year term. Next slide. And then, as we heard from Fish and Wildlife, the ecosystem benefit has changed since the MCED was made. The Yellow Bypass benefit is no longer a public benefit, but the refuge benefit remains and would provide water to refuges north and south of the Delta. The contract term itself is for 70 years, with the benefit being provided over a 60-year period. And this, as with the other two existing benefits, this period was reduced from the original monetized term during the application process. So the calculated value for this benefit is $806.4 million. Next slide. So based on the inflationary increases and the addition of a new public benefit, staff recommends increasing the site's project's conditional amount by $268.9 million for a total conditional amount of $1.36 billion. And so you can see on the table on the screen, this shows the current MCED amount, the recommended supplemental amount, and then the total conditional amount. Next slide. When making a decision on the supplemental funding for this project, the Commission should consider the changes to the project's benefits since the MCED, the project's progress in meeting the overall water storage investment program requirements, how it contributes to the advancement and achievement of the program goals, and will the supplemental funding determination support the timely completion of the project. The Commission needs to also think about reserving funding for the other projects in the program and whether reserving uncommitted funds outweighs the need for the supplemental funding. The table on the screen shows the amount of uncommitted funds as of right now, and should the Commission provide the additional conditional amount today, what the remaining uncommitted funds would be. Next slide. So the decision today is whether to supplement the conditional amount for this project. No funding is being awarded at this time. The statutory requirements still need to be met before the Commission can make an award. That includes having a final water right decision, as that could affect the benefit values. The Commission will revisit the public benefits at the time of the final funding hearing. Next slide. So the options for today are to approve the supplemental funding determination in the amount of $268.9 million, or approve an amount less than $268.9, deny the request, or delay a decision. And I think that's my last slide. And we also have our economists here today, Steve Hatchett and Roger Mann, who can help us with answering any questions we have about, specifically about the monetization.
Thank you, Ms. Young. So the ask we have, and the monies that are being proposed relate to an inflation, which we all understand, and the additional benefits, which also take into account the loss of a benefit, which was YOLO. So So that's the basis for it. It's,
Right, it's, yeah, and overall inflation and then a plus a new benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have 2 in-person public comments, and then we will take comments on Zoom. So first up is Mr. King.
So we support the project. We just think the Dunnigan pipeline is a half-baked idea and it's negligent in design. So the state needs more storage and sites is the best project for that. But I would ask that you actually go through all the determination and make sure that you just don't end up with a project that actually is subject to injunction someday. One question is why did you did not consider any numbers regarding the potential extension of the Dunnigan pipeline from the Colusa Basin drain through RD 108 to the river? The sites has, and they priced it out at almost $250 million. Why did they even consider that if they're not have not presented to you? Why is that? I believe partly is because they don't have the right to convey that water through the Colusa Basin drain. They have to get the easements to do that. And secondly, I think there is significant water quality issues regarding methylmercury, regarding water temperature, and regarding how harmful algae bloom. And there's no provision, if once water comes in, we know there's going to be a lot of mercury. What are you going to do? Are you going to let that water go into the yellow bypass into the river? If the harmful algae bloom starts actually impacting the rice production, you don't think the local farmers are going to have problems with that? It's a greenfield. This is a greenfield project, and for some reason they thought they needed to have this pipeline, and they probably know the reasons why. And they probably know that the methylmercury is going to be an issue, but that has not been you have not considered that at all. Sites has already assigned a probability. They say they need like $60 million is a probability of that. I want you to really consider. So I think you should actually approve the funding, but you really need to actually think through the risk of this and actually make sure it's done and will be completed. The way it's done now with it is a greenfield project with a lot of uncertainties. I think you really need to ask the question is why did they think they needed to have the pipeline into the river, and how are they going to deal with the issue if there is going to be methylmercury? Are you going to let that water go into the river and impact salmon? Are you going to actually impact local rice farmers through flooding and potentially harmful algae? So, those are open questions that you haven't considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Next, we will hear from Dan Branton.
Hello, my name is Dan Branton, and I'm with the North Coast States Carpenters Union. Additional water storage is essential to California. The Sites Reservoir could be a huge help to that. Unfortunately, this project may be in jeopardy. It's stumbling its way along with problem after problem and more popping up every single day. I ask, what are we seeing? Irresponsible fiscal oversight, unqualified leadership, and a lack of transparency. The first crack in the dam that we should look at is the transparency, because it's about the things that we don't always know. What we do know is the Sites Board has repeatedly violated the Brown Act and has been issued several cease and desist letters, and in hopes to lift the veil of secrecy and protect our rights and to ensure transparency. Transparency on issues like the secret group of biased quasi-experts that recommended an out-of-state contractor with no local workforce ties, and the Sites Board towed this line. And I want to repeat that there's no local workforce ties. While Colusa and Glenn counties are some of the most impoverished counties in our state, a 7-year mega infrastructure project could jumpstart economies and provide much-needed careers, opportunities. But the Sites draft PLA with Barnart's edits paint a very clear picture of their intentions, which we're seeing in the pre-construction, much to the dismay of the community leaders and the local workforce. Another crack that we should be assessing is the risk and responsibility. A side-by-side comparison of Barnard and Kiewit's proposals provided a stark contrast in terms of risk and responsibility. Barnard's suggested changes to the CMAR contract were 4 times the amount of Kiewit's and repeatedly referred to portions of it as unfair shifting or allocations of risk. These shifts of risks are ultimately fall on us, California residents, California taxpayers. The latest major crack in the dam, and perhaps the one that we should give the most pause to, is the failure to fully secure the water rights. There are far too many uncertainties here. And again, are we seeing unqualified leadership and irresponsible fiscal oversight? On behalf of our community, its taxpayers who voted for Prop 1, we respectfully request transparency and information to properly assess these risks. We ask that you table item 11, instruct staff to investigate and report on options for an independent audit of the actions, behaviors, and decisions of the Sites Project Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brand.
Okay, next we will transition to our Zoom commenters. So up first is Katya Irvin. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon,
Yes,
Chair
Mr.
Steiner and Commissioners. My name is Katya Irvin. Oops. Sorry, my computer is doing funny things on me. I live in Santa Clara County, and our wholesale provider, Valley Water, continues to increase their investment in the Sites Reservoir project. I'm concerned we could end up in the same place we did with Los Vaqueros and Pacheco, with substantial ratepayer dollars spent for nothing. And if Sites does actually start construction, project costs will inevitably continue to increase as the project progresses. Personally, I don't think Sites Reservoir will end up being a good value for Santa Clara County. Now is not the time for more statewide taxpayer dollars to be committed to this project. Crucial decisions coming up could make or break the project, including water rights, new cost projections, and participant contracts. Of most concern to the Commission should be the value cost of the public benefits to be determined through the contracts for public benefits. These costs may be rising due to inflation, but the impact of inflation on public benefits is probably much less than construction cost increases. For example, how much has the cost of water for south of Delta wildlife refuges increased since 2015 compared to the inflation in construction costs? The same inflation rates cannot believably be applied to both. I also heard other public commenters speak earlier with unresolved concerns about draft public benefit contracts. With all these uncertainties, it seems prudent to delay a decision on supplemental funding for 6 months to then consider the status of this project, especially with regard to water rights and participant contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irvin.
Next, we will hear from Lane Fajot. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, my name is Lane Fajot, and I'm a staff organizer with Sierra Club California and someone who grew up on the outskirts of the Delta. Today, I am here to talk about the poor financial analysis done by the Sites Authority. Estimated project costs for the entire Sites Reservoir have almost doubled, from an initial price tag of about $4 billion to now about $7 billion. This is a multi-billion-dollar increase that cannot be explained by inflation alone. And because of that, the Sites Authority is now coming to you to attempt to access additional WSIP funds because of their gross underestimation of the initial cost under the auspices of inflation. They come to ask for an additional $270 million to cover inflationary adjustments, which follows just last year when they asked for $220 million for inflation. These dramatic overruns suggest fundamental flaws in initial cost-benefit analyses, not minor miscalculations. Californians were sold one project and are now being asked to pay for something far more expensive. At a time when families across the state are grappling with a deep affordability crisis, voters enthusiastically approved Prop 1 and Prop 4 with the expectation that their taxpayer dollars would fund projects that actually improve their lives, not finance a bail fund for mismanaged ones. They expect this commission appointed to represent them to hold applicants accountable. Instead, the Sites Project Authority continues to lowball costs year after year, perennially asking for more, nearly $500 million in just the past 2 years alone. I would be remiss to ignore the outcry from environmentalists and tribes who deeply oppose this project. Sites Reservoir would damage or destroy at least 144 tribal cultural sites. Despite years of warnings from scientists and indigenous leaders, this project pushes forward, prioritizing more water diversions from an already overallocated Sacramento River, diversions that will worsen water quality, increase the methyl mercury concentration, fuel harmful algal blooms, and drive endangered species closer to extinction. This is a project that knowingly sacrifices ecosystems and tribal heritage for unreliable, overpriced water. Your job today is to determine if this project is truly deserving of funds allocated for public benefits. Now, I understand that WSIP has more available funds than they expected to, ironically, because water storage mega projects continually fail to pencil out until they fail. So WSIP has about $587 million in uncommitted funds. If approved, that number will go down to $318 million. And today, I am here to issue a prediction. Based on the track record we've all watched unfold, I have every reason to believe that next year we'll be right back again, Jerry Brown standing before you, asking for that remaining $318 million, because this project continues to be fundamentally mismanaged and consistently underestimated. If that sounds harsh, let's just look at the track record. So I ask the Commission, stand up for the taxpayers who entrusted you with the responsibility to safeguard and allocate their money for their benefit. Have you demanded a concrete plan from the Sites Authority to ensure they won't be back next year asking for more? Have you pressed them on how they're accounting for future inflation, something that by now should absolutely be built into any credible cost estimate? Right now, it looks like the same mistakes are being made over and over again. Please deny the supplemental funding determination, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fishu.
And next we will hear from Ms. Chiquizola again.
Hello, I'm going to make it really quick because I thought I was commenting on item 11 before. So apologies. Please take the comments I had before on the fact that I believe that, like the people said before, that sites is going to keep asking for more and more money for less and less benefits from this commission. And that as the water rights comes through, as the 401 certification comes through, I think we're going to see that there are way more impacts than benefits from this project, and that the people who are investing that are not the state are getting real concrete water out of this, and the state is not. I live in the North State, so I actually would rather see ratepayers pay for this water if they want it, because the North State, through the lack of our recreational opportunities in the Sacramento River, through the lack of our fishing in the Sacramento River, through the lack of our inundated floodplains, we're going to be seeing the actual harms and not the benefits. And I don't support our taxpayer money going to the Sites Authority when they're really just privatizing our water and claiming benefits that could happen, but they're not guaranteed that are going to happen. So with that, I'm going to cede the rest of my time because I already commented, but please consider the real impacts, not just to taxpayers, but to the environment, to fishing communities, to tribes, and to North State residents from this. The risks far outweigh the benefits, and those risks should be shouldered by the people who are actually going to get wet water out of this and not by the general public. You've already committed way more than enough to this project, which is becoming more and more of a boondoggle as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chiquisola. Ms. Chiquisola.
And we've had a few more people on Zoom raise their hands, so right now we're looking at 4 more comments on Zoom. So next we will go to Katie Wagner. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Katie Wagner. I'm a Southern California resident. An additional $270 million in public funding brings total taxpayer support through WSIP to $1.36 billion for a project that will not bring us a new source of water and that the state water contractors cannot afford. This follows another $220 million increase approved to the maximum conditional eligibility determinations just last year under the justification of inflationary cost increases, meaning the public has now been asked to cover nearly $500 million in unexpected inflationary cost increases in just a few years. These repeated increases raise serious concerns about project transparency, cost controls, and fiscal accountability. Since 2018, the project's public funding allocation has steadily increased through the initial WSIP determination, inflation adjustments, and now a new supplemental request. This is an unfair ask. Projects can lowball initial costs, then rely on future adjustments to secure additional taxpayer funding. These hidden costs are adding up. Can we expect more every year in an era of really brutal unaffordability? How are we going to continue to pay for them? These are questions that we do expect the commission to actually answer. These are not hypothetical. This process defies the beneficiary pays principle. You continue to ask taxpayers to pay for projects that do not benefit them, that don't benefit all Californians. The cost has to be paid for by ratepayers in the state water contractors' districts. Thank you.
And next we will hear from Rebecca Eisenberg. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hey, California Water Commission. This is Rebecca Eisenberg. I serve as a director on the Santa Clara Water District, but I speak very much in my personal, not official capacity. I speak in my personal capacity because I am the only director on my board that poses this huge project. You may remember that I came to you last year and to expose what I correctly pointed out as financial irregularities with the Pacheco Dam project. I pointed out lack of transparency. I pointed out some reported benefits that had not begun to be investigated. I pointed out some math that wasn't mathing, as we math people say. I pointed out, the danger in general of securing a loan based on future revenues. All of, except for the loan part, because this is an outright grant, all of the same problems that existed with Pacheco exist with sites, except for the fact that with sites, they're much larger, which I didn't think was possible. It's clearly not reasonable to cite or put values on benefits, alleged benefits, such as flood control, that cannot remotely be backed up by any science whatsoever. It is not realistic or rational to assume that, to conclude that inflation alone has caused price increases when the price increases far outpace inflation. It is not realistic to expect a project that has never penciled out without assumptions that aren't rational to someday pencil out. It is simply throwing good money at bad. Also think that the harm, the destruction to the environment, to the ecosystems, will only make the problems worse. The problems that many believe the site's reservoir would fix. Added to the fact that at some point, we here in California and the country, if not the world, need to just no longer find it acceptable to destroy indigenous land and relics. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Eisenberg.
And next we will hear from Peter Van Dyke. Mr. Van Dyke, please unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commission members. I'm speaking on behalf of my own personal opinions and experiences, not as a board member or committee member of the committees and boards that I serve on. First of all, we're, the West has a very arid climate, and it has a long history of that. Right now, development is outpacing nature's resources to supply water for us and the environment and agriculture and everything else. So we got to start thinking outside the box. And based on the boondoggle that Pacheco Pass was realizing, and everybody but the water district knew that dam would not pass because of all the environmental concerns and the fact that it's been rejected two times at least in the last 50 or 60 years. So going forward, we got to really start thinking more in the terms of the 21st century and not the 20th century. Reservoirs are kind of an antiquated idea, especially based on the arid climate that we live in and the huge amount of development that's going on in the West. I understand that there's a lot of concerns with water quality, and if you add the evaporation rate to the site's project, that water quality is just going to get worse, and it's probably only going to be usable for treated systems. Now, if that water has to be treated, I don't see why we don't start doing what Sacramento and other municipalities have done and start water harvesting wastewater and recycling, at least to potable and for non-potable and potable uses. I really don't think that reservoirs are the way of the future going forward. I think groundwater storage, I think recycling water, if we could use recycled water for environmental mitigation and irrigation and quite a few other things. And the technology is advancing. There's countries in the world that actually rely on recycled water. And that would be the countries in North Africa, such as Israel and the United Arab Emirates and others. We really got to think 21st century. The 20th century engineering is becoming obsolete. And I don't really see that there's going to be much benefit from this reservoir as far as water and water quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dyke.
Next, we will go to Penelope Lapome. Please begin your comment.
Hello.
Sorry, please unmute. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it took me a while to figure that out.
You
Anyhow,
too.
I oppose granting any more money to the sites project. I believe we're going to be in an increasing inflationary period, and so I would expect that they will come back again and again for more payments, upping the cost of the project. I also am concerned that it doesn't create any new water. Recycling or something like the pure water where they can filter everything, tertiary plus filtering to make the water drinkable is a much better use of our money. I'm also concerned that it's going to cause a degradation in the environment in many areas. So why are we moving water around? Let nature move the water around. And let's use the water we've been using and purify it so we can reuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lapone.
And we do not have any other raised hands on Zoom. I believe Mr. Brown would like to make some comments, if that's acceptable.
Mr. Brown?
Public comment. Madam Chair, members of the commission and staff, members of the public, just wanted to say thank you for your consideration of our request. I have really 3 points that I wanted to raise. Number one, this is really a no regrets decision, if you think about it. We are probably 6 to 12 months away from a site's final decision. There's nobody else before you seeking these funds. And if this project is going to fail, you're going to be able to use this money for something else. Number two, your action today is an important message to send to others. It is your way to communicate with your partners, and what you say goes a long way to messaging, let's get this done. The commenters that are making statements about this project costing more, that is a truth. And that is something that we all have to face. And the longer this takes, the more it will cost. We estimate that the cost of the project escalates by about $250 million a year. That's about $20 million a month. So every month we take longer to make a decision or move forward is another $20 million. Finally, as regard to a comment that I've made previously about a fiscal cliff, do you remember that? I just wanted to address that. So we're about 50% of the way through our budget year right now. And looking at where we are underrunning what we had expected. So we are confident that we're going to be able to end the year with a little bit of additional funds to help augment us through the first 6 months of next year. That plus reclamation funding that has been committed will be able to accommodate the late schedule that I told you about earlier. So we are not seeking early funding on these allocations, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And do we have any other comments?
We do not have any other comments at this time.
Then I will close the public comment period and turn to commissioner discussion. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Gallagher, I see you. Right.
Yeah, I was trying to find the slide. The slide number, okay, staff, based on the supplemental funding determination, one of the conditions was that it would help with a timely completion of the project. Is staff recommending this approval because that is one of the factors, is this is going to help in a timely fashion for this project?
That is, so that comes from our regulations that we recently made or augmented our regulations with, and that is one of the items that says to consider.
Okay.
And so, yes, as part of our recommendation, we looked at everything, and this, staff thinks that providing this funding would help the project continue its path towards getting to where it needs to get.
In a timely manner.
In a timely manner.
Okay.
To get
Thank
to
you.
construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, if the State Water Board refuses to make the changes, I assume that'll affect this project as indicated in your letters and the other comments that we've seen. And so it's possible that the project would come to a halt, in which case everything comes back to the Water Commission. Is that right? Other than what's been spent?
To date, our board has not had that kind of a conversation about that scenario.
And I'm not asking you to tell me if you had that kind of conversation.
Okay, I would say that there are a number of possibilities, that being one, I would say, but I wouldn't go so far as to foretell that a particular decision of the board is going to make or break the decision of the participants. That's something, as I always say, water in California is all about the local agencies, so the local agencies are going to have to tell us what they think about that.
Right. I just wanted that clarification from you because the way the wording came out in some of the comments, it made it sound like it was a foregone decision, and I didn't understand that it actually was a foregone decision.
Yeah, no, that decision has not yet been made.
All right, Commissioner Solorio?
I already made various statements in support based on what was presented, and it's my honor to make a motion in support of the staff's recommendation for the funding recommended.
I once had my head chopped off by the guy sitting next to me, who's not here right now, for doing that out of order. I have no problem with accepting it, but it will not cut off our discussion. And at this moment, I don't know that I've heard a second. All right, then we'll go ahead and continue, and then you can make it again.
Wait, can I make the motion right now?
You did just now, and
Yeah.
I just asked if there was a second, and
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
hear a second.
Oh, I see.
I had accepted it, yeah, even though I was saying that I had my head chopped off once for it. I came back, though, my head came back, just so you
We
know.
want your heads to stay on.
Commissioner Mackler?
Yeah, I'm going to support this allocation. I think that it's important, it's really hard to bring a project online, and this is an incredibly complex project. And so, that there are a lot of different interests that are getting balanced and, considered and litigated and adjudicated by, different fora that are outside of what we do. I think that while I don't exactly agree that this is a no regrets, in the sense that there is option value in sort of allocating the money over here, I think that, with what's in front of us and, the message that it will send, I think not just to other people that are, presiding over different elements of the project, but also, I think most importantly, the 22 off-takers, that, what I hope to see when we're making our final decision is a robust commitment, by those off-takers to stand behind the project, to stand behind the commitments that are inherent to the project, including the co-benefits. And I think that, many of the concerns that the commenters have made, very valid. Inflation is a fact that hits affordability and it hits all capital projects, Mr. Brown and his team, are not responsible for inflation, There are other people that have made, pretty significant decisions in this economy that are responsible for the inflation. And so this is the fact that any capital project has to live with. I will expect that any capital project going forward is going to be more expensive tomorrow than it is today. And so, we have this project. I think that this is an important, this project and what it will do for the system is important. We need surface storage, particularly in a changing climate. So, again, I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add the clarity that the recommended specific amount is $268,904,043.
All right. Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yeah, I had a question on the calculation for the emergency response. It looks like the assumption, I want to confirm that I'm understanding. The assumption is that it is the south of Delta delivery. Is that correct?
I believe the delivery is to M&I participants in the Sites Reservoir project, and I believe those are indeed in south of the Delta. Yeah, except for one. Sorry.
Except for one.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess this is just kind of reflective of a comment from earlier, but just there are a lot of assumptions in the numbers, and the numbers from the commission perspective matter, right? So that because the valuation of the water south of Delta is higher than the valuation of the water north of Delta, and there are assumptions being made to get to these dollar values. And I would like to see some kind of a mechanism to figure out that we're getting the right balance of south of Delta valued water relative to north of Delta valued water, because we are basing the MCED based on those assumptions. And if we shift a lot of the water to north of Delta, or we end up with, the one really lucky M&I person north of Delta ends up with all the emergency water, that's a different dollar amount that we would end up at. And I know assumptions need to be made to get to these calculations, but also the people are paying for a set of benefits. And I just would like to see a mechanism to ensure that the overall balance of those benefits reflect what we're paying for.
And I believe Department of Water Resources is still listening, and I don't know if that's something that they would think about as more related to the public benefit contract.
And I think it goes for the ecosystem benefit as well.
Can I ask a clarifying question of Commissioner Matsumoto? So are you interested in seeing the math? Is that essentially?
No, I'm interested in seeing an assurance that if what we're paying for, we end up getting.
Gotcha.
So like there's some thresholds here where, if it shifted to all being, in the extreme, all being north of Delta water, then there's a gap between what we've paid for and what we're getting. And so there needs to be some mechanism to ensure that the right mix happens.
So you're looking for something in the contracts for public benefits themselves? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hurd? I know you didn't raise your hand, but I also know that.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to speak just a moment here. I think after all the research and hearing the different presentations, I'm inclined to support the recommendation. I think it's important that we signal, with partner confidence, the monies that will be prepared and ready for use, and that people should continue moving forward and investing in this project because of its great benefits to the state. And we have this money. It's better used in the projects that we want to see moving forwards, and sites is one of those big projects. So I'll end there just by saying I do support the recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hurt. This money must be used for these projects. It can't be used for any other purpose, which I think is something that sometimes gets lost. We are constrained, another word I've used earlier, constrained by what the legislation says as to what it can be used for and how it can be used. And we are constrained by the fact we have our projects, and that's what the projects we have to work with at this point. So that it's not a final decision, and it's a decision at this point being made on the basis of the request being made for something that we have awarded to other projects, and we certainly are not making this with the hope that we have anything other than a project that's going to continue to move forward and that we are going to someday be out there watching this project the pipeline get opened and the water go into the reservoir and to deliver what the project says it's going to deliver. So at this point, it does not appear I have any other comments from any commissioners. Staff, do you have any comments that you wish to add at this point? Do I have a motion? I had a motion, which I will now accept again from Commissioner Solorio. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Gallagher. Mr. Aaron, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Curtin, Commissioner Elliott, Commissioner Gallagher,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurt,
Aye.
Commissioner Mackler,
Yes.
Commissioner Matsumoto,
Yes.
Commissioner Solorio,
Solorio, aye.
Commissioner Steiner.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. We will then move to agenda item 12, consideration of items for next California Water Commission meeting. The commission will not meet in July, so if you show up, you're going to be lonely because we will not be here. And at the August meeting, the commission will receive its quarterly WISIP update and the third state water project briefing of the year. The commission will hear an update on California's salmon strategy for a hotter, drier future and learn about DWR's vision for the San Joaquin Valley. Is there any comment on this item?
We do not have any in-person comment on this item, and at this time, I'm not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. We'll close the comment period and turn to commissioner discussion. Is there any questions or comments from commissioners? I don't hear any, so Commissioner Hurt? What? This would, yeah. All right.
Hi, I mentioned it earlier, I'd be interested either in the staff report form and a regular presentation, just an overview of the agencies involved in the WISIP of approvals, what their processes are and how we engage with them. And then related to that, Commissioner Matsumoto got me to think about, even after we do the full funding agreement, what kind of oversight responsibilities, if any, do we have, per initiative and related legislation? Because, there's also the scenario where, along the line, even though we got given a full funding agreement, that something happens or they're not meeting certain expectations. And it'd be good, I think, for us to begin to have those conversations as well.
And one of the things that we will continue to do along that line, Commissioner Solorio, is we will continue to invite the various projects to come and to meet with us periodically, as well as to review their quarterly reports and send questions. And staff, which earlier someone commented what a wonderful staff we have. We do. They do a terrific job, and we expect them to keep doing that job. And they actually even like doing that job, which is really good. I know the Department of Water Resources had one of its major things is to have people like to work where they in their state, and this is we're privileged to have the staff we have doing the job they have. So I will accept a motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Nobody's going to say no, so it's approved, and we'll look forward to seeing you all in August, and please come back and see us again.
the sea. It flows, it sings, it sets us free. Water brings life endlessly. The rain falls hard, the drought takes hold.